Hey there! Tonight, we're slipping into a quieter world, not of battles or heroes, but of soft footsteps, silent ferries, and the gentle mysteries of what the ancient Greeks believed waited beyond the last breath. Instead of fields and huts and daily struggles, imagine lantern-lit paths, slow-moving rivers, and the steady rhythm of a realm that never rushed. If this kind of soft, winding storytelling helps you drift off, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it genuinely brings you rest. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. It's oddly soothing to see people across the world settling into the same quiet story. So get comfortable, dim the lights, let the room fall still, and together we'll take a slow, thoughtful walk through the ancient Greek afterlife, step by gentle step. Tonight, we begin our quiet journey into a world the ancient Greeks knew intimately, one they discussed around hearthfires, etched onto pottery, and whispered about during long walks home after dusk. Death, to them, wasn't a sudden plunge into darkness, nor a grand cinematic moment. It was simply a transition, a gentle releasing, as though life itself were an old cloak being shrugged from the shoulders. The Greeks had many opinions about death, sometimes contradictory, sometimes poetic, always imaginative. But the idea that the soul survived the body was more or less accepted from the earliest days. In Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, written around the 8th century BCE, we find some of the earliest descriptions. There, the soul, psyche, is something like a soft breath that drifts away once the body falls silent. Not dramatic, not frightening, just a faint exhale, as though the world is sighing you onward. To the ordinary villager, death was neither a philosophical puzzle nor a theological battlefield. It was part of the natural cycle. One moment you lay upon the woven blankets of your bed, your family gathered around. The next, your soul stood beside your body, blinking in mild confusion, as souls tend to do in stories. There was no thunderclap, no booming cosmic announcement, no divine secretary calling out your name. Simply the awareness, gentle and inevitable, that you were no longer tied to the weight of flesh. And in a comforting twist, you weren't left to wander alone. Before the soul ever took its first steps into the other world, the living had their role to play. The Greeks were very particular about funerary rites, not because they enjoyed procedure, though admittedly they did enjoy a good festival, but because the soul needed help getting where it belonged. As soon as someone died, the family washed the body, anointed it with fragrant oils, and dressed it in clean garments. The women of the household would sing laments, songs of grief, remembrance, and perhaps a touch of theatrical flair depending on the household. Sometimes professional mourners joined in, adding volume and dramatic effect. The body was then laid out for the prothesis, a period of viewing and farewells. Archaeologists know these practices not only from texts, but from pottery, particularly the vases of the Archaic period, which often show mourners flanking the bier, hands raised in ritual sorrow. Beneath all the emotion and ceremony was a practical belief. If the proper rites weren't followed, the soul might become restless. Homer hints at this when the soul of Patroclus appears to Achilles in a dream, begging for burial so he may enter the underworld. Even heroes, it seems, needed proper paperwork. This tells us something revealing. The Greeks believed death involved community. The living helped the dead, not with prayers of salvation, but with the simple dignity of guiding them toward their next destination. But eventually, even the most devoted family must step aside. What followed belonged to the soul alone. In most Greek stories, the moment of death involves a gentle separation. The soul rises lightly from the body, often imagined as a faint silhouette or a shimmering duplicate, something like the way heat ripples above stone in the summer. The soul isn't terrified, it isn't confused. It simply becomes aware that life has shifted into something new. The Greeks found comfort in this idea. Life was unpredictable. Storms sank ships, wars erupted with admirable enthusiasm, and relatives meddled in your life choices with gusto. But death followed a system. It was reliable, predictable, in its own way, even gentle. And the first rule of this system was simple. You don't travel alone. Just outside the reach of the living world stood Hermes Psychopompos. Not Hermes the trickster, nor Hermes the messenger, nor Hermes the inventor of deceptive sandals. No, this was Hermes in his calmest form. Patient, quiet, compassionate. Ancient art often shows him standing beside the deceased, holding his staff, the kerykeion, with an expression of serene duty. He'd performed this task thousands of times. If the gods had a seniority system, Hermes surely had tenure. When the soul rose from the body, Hermes greeted it without ceremony, without lecture, and certainly without judgment. He simply offered his company. The Greeks liked this idea immensely. At the most vulnerable moment of existence, they imagined a familiar god escorting them onward. A steady presence, not forcing or dragging, but guiding. Vase paintings from the classical period show Hermes leaning in slightly, as if encouraging the soul with a nod that said, "Right then, this way." The first steps beyond the mortal world were not dramatic. The Greeks pictured the boundaries between worlds as liminal spaces, coastal caves with cool air, deep ravines that swallowed sound, or remote groves where the wind seemed quieter. These weren't monstrous landscapes. They were simply places on the edge of human experience. The region of Epirus, for example, housed the Necromantean, a sanctuary where visitors sought communication with the dead. The rituals there involved dark corridors and echoing chambers meant to mimic the descent into Hades. It wasn't an actual death journey, of course, but it shows how the Greeks imagined that transition. Dimness, stillness, and the sense of stepping somewhere the living rarely went. As the soul followed Hermes, it sometimes retained its personality, at least briefly. In the Odyssey, Odysseus meets shades who remember him, speak to him, even criticize him. Achilles famously tells Odysseus that he'd rather be a living farmhand than a king among the dead. This wasn't meant to frighten listeners, but to remind them that life, imperfect and unpredictable, was still worth cherishing. Even so, the moment of separation for the newly dead was imagined as calm, a release from the body's burdens, a quiet return to the natural order. What strikes modern readers is how little fear surrounds this moment. For the Greeks, death was not a punishment nor a moral battleground. It was simply the other side of life, a shift, a movement, an exhale. Even philosophers like Socrates approached it with almost cheerful curiosity. In Plato's dialogues, Socrates suggests death is either a dreamless sleep or a journey to meet others who have died. To him, both options sounded rather pleasant, particularly the second, as he anticipated interesting conversations. At some point along the journey, the soul looked back. Not dramatically, not with longing or regret, but with a simple acknowledgement that the life behind them had been lived. The Greeks didn't imagine souls clinging desperately to the world. The dead accepted their path. They knew the living would continue their duties, tending graves, pouring libations, remembering them during festivals such as the Antisteria, when the spirits of the deceased were briefly believed to wander the city. And so the soul turned away again, ready to follow Hermes deeper into the borderlands. Ahead lay rivers, judges, meadows, and perhaps even paradise or punishment, depending on which poet you listen to. But none of that arrives yet. For now, there is only the quiet step forward, the gentle escort of a god who has walked this path since the dawn of time. The beginning of a journey every ancient Greek expected to make eventually. Tonight we remain at this threshold, the moment between breaths, between worlds, between what was and what will be. The Greeks imagined it as calm, orderly, and surprisingly familiar. Not the end, but a beginning of a different sort. And as we drift along the edges of their imagination, we prepare for the next stage of the journey, where Hermes will guide the soul toward the rivers of the dead. If you listen closely to the old Greek stories, really listen, you begin to notice something rather comforting tucked between all the thunderbolts, sea storms, and theatre-worthy family arguments. No soul, no matter how humble or unremarkable, ever had to find its own way into the afterlife. The Greeks, practical people that they were, assumed the cosmos included a sort of spiritual escort service, and at the head of this gentle operation stood Hermes Psychopompos, Hermes the guide of souls. Now, Hermes is a busy figure in Greek mythology. He appears in so many stories that one suspects he kept an extremely well-used day planner. He invented the lyre, delivered messages for Zeus, stole Apollo's cattle, on day one of his life no less, guided heroes, protected travellers, and occasionally caused mischief simply for the entertainment value. But the role that mattered most at the quiet edge of life was the one he performed with the greatest softness, leading the dead where they were meant to go. To imagine Hermes Psychopompos, picture a god walking with the grace of someone who has trodden the same path countless times and has never once tripped. He arrives precisely when he's needed, not early, not late, and certainly never in dramatic fashion. Hermes does not sweep in with fiery wings or echoing proclamations. He simply appears beside the newly departed, like a polite official who has come to walk you to your appointment. The Greeks adored this idea. At the most vulnerable moment of existence, the soul is greeted not by a terrifying judge, nor a chasm of fire, but by a familiar god with a calm expression and good manners. Hermes, in this form, is less a trickster and more a guardian. He holds his kerykeion, the herald's staff, not as a weapon, but as a symbol that no harm can reach you while he is near. In vase paintings, he often leans forward slightly, a subtle gesture of guidance, as though saying, "Right then, let's be off." There is something deeply human about this depiction. The Greeks understood anxiety. They understood the uncertainty that surrounds death, and so they imagined a god who embodies reassurance. Hermes does not demand worship here. He does not ask for sacrifices. He simply stands beside you with the quiet competence of someone who has walked 1 billion souls along this road and considers it nothing less than his sacred duty. Artists from the archaic and classical periods painted Hermes with soft lines in this role, depicting him in calm poses that contrast sharply with the dramatic scenes he appears in elsewhere. On some funerary stele, he places a hand gently on a mourner's shoulder, or gestures for the soul to follow. Scholars often remark on his expression in these works, slightly solemn, slightly serene, as though he understands both the grief of the living and the uncertainty of the newly dead. Of course, Hermes did not perform this role alone. The soul itself had a part to play. Newly freed from the body, it would stand briefly in the world of the living, watching the final gestures of those left behind. But eventually the moment came. Hermes would tilt his head toward the path leading away from life, and the soul, trusting him completely, would follow. This path wasn't chaotic or frightening in early Greek imagination. There were no swirling portals or enormous creatures leaping from the shadows. Instead, the journey began in the gentlest possible way. A walk. A walk through landscapes both earthly and unearthly, through liminal places the Greeks associated with thresholds, caves where light shifted strangely, groves where the air grew unusually still, or rocky coastlines where the world seemed to pause. Hermes, ever patient, moved at whatever pace the soul required. Rushing was not part of the afterlife's design. Ancient travellers must have taken comfort in the idea that a god walked this route with them. The world beyond life was vast, mysterious, and full of places one did not want to wander into accidentally. Hermes ensured against such mishaps. If the newly dead could become distracted by some curious sound or an interesting rock formation, something entirely plausible in Greek mythology, Hermes would simply redirect them with the mildest gesture. He was the epitome of polite firmness. The Greeks saw Hermes' guidance as a cosmic kindness. Death was universal, but it didn't have to be lonely. And this companionship was more than symbolic. It shaped how the Greeks approached their funerals, their stories, and even their philosophy. A soul wasn't flung into oblivion. It wasn't expected to bravely march into uncertainty alone. Instead, it was gently escorted, as if the universe itself recognized the significance of its transition. This role of Hermes also reveals something important about Greek religion. The gods were involved in human life not just through thunderous interventions, but through quiet, everyday moments. Hermes guiding a shepherd's soul was just as meaningful as Hermes delivering a message for Zeus. To the Greeks, divinity was not distant or aloof. It walked with them, quite literally, to the end. Over time, poets and philosophers added new layers to the idea. Some imagined Hermes carrying a lantern. Others said he spoke softly to the newly dead, explaining what lay ahead. Later authors, especially those influenced by Orphic mystery traditions, suggested that Hermes offered souls hints or advice about the rivers they would soon encounter, though, naturally, no surviving text clarifies whether he discouraged drinking from Lethe too early. One imagines him saying, "Now, best to wait for instructions before sipping anything around here." In some stories, Hermes escorted heroes into the underworld while they were still alive, acting as a kind of supernatural tour guide. When Psyche descended to retrieve a box from Persephone, Hermes was said to help her return safely. When Orpheus travelled to retrieve Eurydice, Hermes played a role again, escorting Eurydice back toward the living world until Orpheus, in a moment of passionate impatience, broke the only rule. And when the soul of Sisyphus attempted to sneak back to the surface through clever trickery, Hermes was the one sent to fetch him. Even in the afterlife, the gods apparently had one person responsible for dealing with nonsense. Because Hermes handled so many transitions, beginnings, journeys, boundaries, the Greeks naturally associated him with all forms of passage. Doorways, crossroads, travel, commerce, negotiation, diplomacy, and, finally, death. The psychopomp role was simply one part of a larger theme. Hermes helped mortals move from one state of being to another, and he did so without judgment. That responsibility fell to the three judges deeper within Hades. Hermes merely ensured everyone arrived safely for their appointments. This gentle neutrality is perhaps why the Greeks trusted him with their final moment. Hermes was not vindictive. He was not overly stern. He didn't punish or reward. He simply guided. Even those who had lived tumultuous lives received the same escort as kings, poets, or warriors. Hermes' presence levelled all distinctions. In death, every soul was a traveller, and Hermes the eternal companion. As the journey continued, the landscape gradually shifted. The world of the living faded behind the soul like a distant shoreline. Ahead, shadows deepened. Mists thickened. And somewhere faintly came the sound of flowing water, the first hint of the rivers that defined the boundary of the underworld. Hermes did not rush. He simply matched his pace to the soul's, walking with the unhurried confidence of someone who knows every stone on the path. And so the soul moved forward, not in fear, but in quiet acceptance. The Greeks imagined it as a peaceful procession, a god and a traveller, walking side by side, leaving behind the noise of life for the soft hush of eternity. Soon enough, the rivers would appear, Styx, Acheron, Lethe, and others, each carrying its own meaning and its own mystery. But those lie ahead. For now, the journey continues under the watchful, calm guidance of Hermes Psychopompos, the companion every Greek trusted to lead them safely into the world beyond. The journey toward the Greek underworld was never imagined as a sudden drop or a dramatic swoop into darkness. No trapdoors, no plunging chasms, no swirling vortices designed to make one dizzy. Instead, the Greeks pictured a walk, a long, quiet walk, one that unfolded across the edges of the world, a walk that any traveller of the ancient countryside might recognise, if not for the soft thinning of reality around them, and the increasingly watchful presence of Hermes at their side. For the newly dead, this journey began where the world of the living loosened its grip. The Greeks believed that certain places, caves, ravines, dense groves, misty marshes, were not fully within the domain of mortals. They were cracks along the border of existence, margins, places where the air behaved differently and sound seemed to carry on a bit longer than expected, as though listening for something. It made perfect sense to them that the soul's first steps toward Hades would lead through such landscapes. After all, if you were going to move from one world to another, why not start somewhere that was already halfway between? To the average Greek villager or shepherd, these places were familiar. They grazed goats along rocky slopes, where the wind whistled through narrow gaps. They passed by grottos with cool air drifting outward. They travelled footpaths that dipped into sudden pockets of stillness. Even in daylight, such places felt touched by something beyond human life. Not frightening, exactly, just attentive. Therefore, when poets like Homer or Hesiod described the soul following Hermes into the beyond, their listeners already had a landscape in mind. They'd seen the world's edges with their own eyes. The ancient Greeks even identified specific entrances to the underworld, a fact that modern tourists would probably find either thrilling or deeply concerning, depending on their constitution. One famous entry point was at Cape Taenarum, on the southern tip of the Peloponnese. There, a cave opened to the sea, and for centuries Greeks believed it to be one of the actual gates to Hades. Heroes supposedly passed through its shadowed threshold, which is a charming thought until you realise that Odysseus and Heracles both used it for journeys that went less than smoothly. Still, the cave existed, people visited it, offerings were left, and the idea persisted. Somewhere in that dim, echoing passage, the boundary between worlds Vind. But even before reaching such mythic locations, the newly dead travelled through gentler borderlands. Imagine walking through a grove where the sunlight seems pale, not because it's dawn or dusk, but because the world itself feels momentarily tired. Or crossing a ravine where the shadows deepen in a way that suggests they're paying attention. The Greeks understood these subtle sensations intimately. Their stories grew from the land they lived on, the places where mystery clung to stone and soil. The journey to Hades was not a plunge into fantasy. It was a continuation of the landscapes they already knew. Hermes, of course, was perfectly comfortable in such areas. As a god associated with boundaries and transitions, doorways, crossroads, travellers, messages delivered between worlds, he understood liminal spaces better than anyone. The Romans, enamoured with categorising everything, later described him in similar terms as Mercury, the god who could move where others could not. But the Greeks had no need for such classification. Hermes simply was. He belonged wherever the world shifted from one thing to another. One can imagine him walking a few steps ahead of the soul, staff in hand, pacing himself with the ease of someone strolling through a garden. If the soul hesitated, he slowed. If the soul wandered, perhaps curious about a strange rustling in the bushes, as souls sometimes are in myths, Hermes gently redirected them without annoyance. He'd seen it all before. Some souls were philosophical and contemplative. Others were surprised. A few, no doubt, were still trying to process the situation. Hermes had patience for all of them. Eternity, after all, is long enough not to rush. Now, one might wonder whether the Greeks actually believed in this literal walk. The answer, as usual, sits somewhere between yes and a thoughtful shrug. Greek religion was never doctrinaire in the modern sense. Myths existed alongside local customs, philosophical speculation, folk beliefs, regional variations, and a general willingness to accept multiple interpretations simultaneously. For some, the journey was symbolic, a representation of the soul's passage from life into memory. For others, it was quite literal. And many, one suspects, simply liked the idea of a nice, orderly transition. The important part wasn't the physical geography, but the cosmic certainty of moving from one state to another. The long walk gave structure to an experience that otherwise might feel chaotic. But the poets did enjoy giving that structure detail. Homer described the underworld as lying far beneath the earth, reached by roads that even the gods rarely travelled. Later, writers expanded this into more elaborate versions, adding rivers, gates, guardians, and vast plains. The journey to reach these places became longer, more atmospheric, more symbolic. The Greeks never let a good story go underdeveloped. Interestingly, archaeological evidence hints at how deeply these ideas permeated daily life. Grave goods found throughout the Greek world, coins for Charon, small vases, carved figurines, suggest that people prepared themselves for a journey. The dead were equipped as travellers. Even their burial positions sometimes reflect movement, bodies oriented east to west, as if anticipating a rising or setting. And inscriptions on funerary stelae often speak of calm passage, peaceful rest, and being led by the god. That god, of course, was Hermes. Even philosophers, who often complicated simple ideas for sport, accepted the concept of a transition after death. Plato described the earth as a sphere with hollow regions beneath it, filled with rivers and streams. Souls wandered these terrains according to their moral character, eventually finding rest. Though his version included moral sorting, he still maintained the idea of movement. of journeying through landscapes shaped by both physical and ethical truths. Meanwhile, the Orphic tradition offered another perspective, imagining the soul as a traveller seeking spiritual purification. Their gold tablets, buried with the dead, include instructions for the soul's journey, which springs to drink from, which paths to avoid, and what to say to the guardians encountered along the way. It is, essentially, the universe's earliest printed travel guide. For the common soul walking beside Hermes, however, things were simpler. The long path stretched quietly ahead. No monsters lurked in the brush. No tests occurred on the roadside. The world simply grew dimmer, softer. The sound of mortal life faded. Distant waves no longer quite reached the ear. Birdsong weakened. The wind quieted until it became something more like memory than sensation. Hermes walked with steady confidence, the one fixed point in a landscape designed to ease the soul gradually into a new reality. And then, at some moment the soul could not precisely mark, because time itself began to lose its edges. The scenery shifted. The familiar topography of the living world gave way to terrain that felt older, deeper, and somehow listening. The Greeks did not imagine the boundary between worlds as a sharp line, but as a gradual thickening of shadow and thinning of sound. The world became less interested in being a world, and more interested in becoming something else. Ahead lay the rivers, the ferrymen, the gates of Hades. But none of that belonged to the long walk itself. The purpose of the journey was to prepare, to ease the soul, gently and without hurry, from the realm of the known into the realm of the eternal. Hermes, ever patient, never broke the silence unless necessary. Perhaps he offered a nod now and then, or a small reassuring glance. But mostly he let the journey speak for itself. And the Greeks believed the soul, guided by such company, began to understand something essential. Life did not end in a cliff or a void. It unfolded into the next chapter with the same rhythm it followed on Earth. A rhythm of walking, breathing, noticing, and above all continuing. By the time the soul reached the rivers of the underworld, the world of the living had thinned into something more like a distant rumour. Hermes still walked at the traveller's side, but even he seemed quieter now, as though there was something sacred about this particular threshold. For the Greeks, rivers had always been more than water. They marked boundaries. They divided cities, lands, and even stories. A river could be crossed, respected, feared, or worshipped, but it could never be ignored. And so it makes perfect sense that the entrance to Hades was shaped not by a single river, but by several, each with its own character, history, and personality. The first most souls encountered was the Acheron, often called the River of Pain. Now this name sounds dreadfully dramatic, but the Greeks were not imagining a torrent of horrors. Pain, in this context, was more about sorrow, about the quiet ache of leaving the world behind. The Acheron embodied the emotional weight of transition. Even in local Greek geography, the Acheron was a real river in Epirus, flowing through a valley of unusual beauty. Ancient travellers visited it not to be terrified, but to perform rituals, consult oracles, and reflect on mortality. It is hard to imagine a landscape less suited to melodrama, but myths often take what is familiar and turn it symbolic. The Acheron became the first great divider, the point one could no longer step back across as easily as one had stepped forward. Across its surface, the soul would see a mist rising like pale breath. It wasn't meant to frighten. It was simply the river's way of reminding the traveller that they were entering a place where ordinary rules no longer applied. Some poets imagined whispers rising from the current, echoes of past lives, not malicious but contemplative. The soul did not fear the Acheron. It understood that every meaningful journey had a moment like this, a place where one paused and realized there was no need to hurry, because eternity was now the context. But while the Acheron symbolized sorrow, the next river, the Styx, carried a far heavier reputation. If Greek rivers were characterized the way people describe relatives at family gatherings, the Styx would be the formidable aunt whose opinion everyone respected whether they wanted to or not. The Styx was the river by which the gods swore their most binding oaths. Zeus himself would not break a promise sworn upon its waters. To violate such an oath meant a year of unconsciousness, followed by 9 years of exile from the divine community. The Greeks did not take the Styx lightly. In myth, the Styx is often described as cold, dark, and impossibly deep. Water that does not simply flow, but seems to guard something ancient. It is not surprising that it became associated with the sanctity of promises, the unyielding truth the cosmos demanded. When the soul approached the Styx, it wasn't asked to swear anything. The river simply observed. The presence of the Styx reminded the traveller that death had its own seriousness, its own dignity, its own laws. Nothing in the underworld was arbitrary. Everything had meaning. Yet the soul was not expected to cross the Styx on its own. That task belonged to Charon, the ferryman, who we shall meet soon. For now, the soul merely watched the dark water glide beneath a mist that carried a silence so complete it felt almost comforting. A river that kept divine oaths was not one to fear. It was one to respect. And respect, in Greek thought, was a very peaceful emotion. Beyond the Styx lay the Lethe, a river much softer in temperament. While the Styx demanded seriousness, the Lethe invited forgetfulness. Forgetting, in Greek imagination, was not a curse but a release. Life came with burdens. Griefs, regrets, obligations, unfinished quarrels, and the occasional embarrassing moment one desperately wished could be erased. The Lethe promised a clean slate. To drink from it meant letting go of the sharp edges of life. This was especially important for souls destined for reincarnation in certain philosophical traditions. For example, in Plato's myth of air, souls preparing for new lives drank from the Lethe before returning to the world, lest they carried too much memory with them. But this forgetfulness was gentle rather than absolute. The Greeks did not imagine the soul becoming empty or hollow. It retained its essence, its character. It simply let go of the weight of earthly sorrow. A sip from Lethe was not a loss. It was a kindness. In contrast, Orphic traditions speak of another spring, Mnemosyne, the fountain of memory. Followers of this cult sought to avoid Lethe entirely, aiming instead to remember their divine origins. They carried small gold tablets with instructions for the afterlife, like a celestial passport. These tablets told the soul exactly what to say when confronted by guardians. I am a child of earth and starry heaven. This declaration granted access to Mnemosyne's waters, allowing the soul to preserve its identity across incarnations. The idea that one could choose between forgetting and remembering gives the Greek afterlife a strangely personal touch. Even in death, there were decisions to make. Further into Hades flowed other rivers, lesser known but equally symbolic. The Cocytus, the river of lamentation, murmured with echoes of old griefs. Griefs not sharp or punishing, but softened by time. It was as though the regrets of countless lives had been placed in a gentle stream, allowed to dissolve into memory. Then there was the phlegathon, a river of fire, not the roaring inferno one might expect, but a slow-burning, glowing current that symbolized passion, purification, and divine wrath. Even this fiery river was not necessarily frightening. The Greeks did not imagine the underworld as a place of endless torture. Fire, like water, had its place in the cosmic order. Together, these rivers acted as both boundaries and guides. They oriented the soul, marking the transition from one phase of existence to the next. And though each river carried its own symbolism, pain, oath, forgetfulness, lamentation, fire, none existed to torment the dead. They were part of a landscape that held immense meaning, a geography shaped as much by poetry as by law. Hermes escorted the soul between these rivers with quiet understanding, allowing it time to take in each one. He did not explain their meanings unless the soul seemed particularly confused, and even then he probably offered a simple summary rather than a lecture. Gods, after all, have a great deal of experience with travellers asking complicated metaphysical questions at inconvenient moments. A mild gesture, a patient glance, perhaps a soft clearing of the throat. That was usually enough to guide the soul forward. And somewhere between these rivers, the soul began to sense something subtle yet profound. The underworld was not a place of chaos. It was orderly, structured, ancient. It had its rituals, its geography, its rhythms. The rivers were not obstacles but signposts, each one helping the soul understand where it was, where it had come from, and where it was going next. Ahead lay the ferryman, waiting by his boat on the Acheron, or the Styx depending on the tradition. But that meeting belonged to the next part of the journey. For now, the soul simply stood among the rivers, breathing, or whatever passes for breathing in such realms, the timeless air of Hades. The waters moved softly. Hermes stood patiently. And the soul understood, perhaps for the first time, that it had truly crossed the boundary between life and eternity. By the time the soul reached the riverbank where Charon kept his small but dependable ferry, the journey had already begun to feel timeless. Hermes, ever patient, remained just a step away, but there was a quiet sense now that another figure would soon take over the task of guiding. The air around the river, whether the Acheron or the Styx, depending on which poet one asked, held a solemn stillness, not unpleasant, not threatening, just still, as though the world itself was waiting politely for the next step to unfold. Charon, the ferryman of the dead, was not a frightening figure in the earliest Greek imagination. He was certainly not a skeletal spectre or a hooded phantom. Those were embellishments from later, more theatrically inclined centuries. To the ancient Greeks, Charon was simply a worker, a man, or something like a man, who performed a necessary repetitive task with calm professionalism. His boat was not ornate. His clothing was not dramatic. He existed for one purpose: to ferry souls across the river that marked the boundary of Hades. In vase paintings and carvings, Charon appears rugged, sometimes elderly, sometimes weathered, always practical. One can imagine him with the air of a boatman who has seen every type of traveller, from the quiet and contemplative to the bewildered and chatty, and has learned to take it all in stride. His silence was not ominous. It was simply the silence of someone who had a job to do, and preferred to do it without unnecessary fuss. The Greeks respected this. They liked the idea of a ferryman who did not interrogate you about your life choices, did not judge your character, did not question your fashion sense, and did not comment on your earthly misadventures. Charon was neutral, efficient, and remarkably unobtrusive. He did, however, expect payment. Even helpful cosmic employees must eat, one supposes. The payment, of course, was the famous obol, the small coin placed in the mouth or upon the eyes of the deceased. Archaeological excavations throughout the Greek world have uncovered such coins, confirming how deeply this belief was woven into funerary practice. Families took great care in ensuring the coin was placed correctly. To forget, it was unthinkable. No one wanted their loved one wandering the riverbank indefinitely, unable to pay the fare. The Greeks believed in hospitality, but even they understood that ferry services did not run on goodwill. Charon accepted the obol without ceremony. No receipts, no arguments over exchange rates. He stored the coins somewhere on the boat in a manner never fully explained by myth. One imagines he had a pouch or a small box tucked under the seat. Or perhaps there was some magical bottomless compartment built into the vessel specifically for the purpose. In any case, the payment was always accepted, and once it was given, Charon gestured for the soul to step aboard. This part of the journey marked the first moment when Hermes stepped back. He did not vanish, nor did he abandon the traveller, but his role shifted. For the duration of the crossing, Charon was in charge. The boat, narrow and slightly worn, floated gently on the dark water. It did not rock or sway unnecessarily. Charon handled it with practiced steadiness, as though even the river itself respected the routine. The Greeks imagined this crossing as solemn, yes, but also calm. The river did not churn. No monstrous tentacles reached from below. No storm clouds gathered overhead. The underworld was not a place that required chaos to assert its authority. Instead, the water mirrored the timeless stillness of Hades itself. The only sound was the rhythmic splash of Charon's pole as he guided the boat forward. There is something soothing about this image, a crossing not of terror but of closure. Some souls, one imagines, took the opportunity to contemplate their journey thus far. Others may have attempted conversation with Charon, only to find him politely unresponsive. A man with infinite crossings to complete likely grew accustomed to silence. Yet one must not mistake his silence for coldness. Charon was not cruel. He simply understood that this portion of the journey was one in which the soul needed no distraction. It was a moment between worlds, a pause before judgment, or rest or wandering. In Greek tragedy, Charon occasionally appeared in a more dramatic role. Playwrights like Aristophanes enjoyed giving him lines, especially comedic ones, because audiences found humour in the idea of a stoic ferryman dealing with troublesome mortals. But in genuine religious imagination, Charon remained steadfast and undramatic. He did not chase after souls or drag them aboard. He did not threaten or punish. He simply waited, accepted the fare, and rode. This understated dignity made him a surprisingly beloved figure in Greek funerary tradition. Families comforted themselves with the thought that their loved ones were not cast into the afterlife alone, or left wandering in confusion. There was a boatman waiting at the riverbank, a dependable, stoic presence whose entire existence was dedicated to making sure souls reached the next stage of their journey. There were, of course, exceptions. In stories where bodies were left unburied or funerary rites were neglected, souls might wander along the river's edge, unable to pay Charon. But even these tales carried a moral more than a metaphysical threat. They reminded the living to respect the dead, to perform the rituals properly, and to acknowledge the responsibilities of community. In daily life, these stories encourage families to treat funerals with care. Proper rites ensured proper passage. When the boat finally reached the opposite shore, Karen guided it into a gentle stop. The Greeks imagined the far bank as a shadowed, mist-covered terrain, a land neither hostile nor comforting, simply other. The soul stepped off, lighter in some ways, heavier in others, and Karen turned the boat around without ceremony. His task was done. There were countless more souls to ferry. Eternity, after all, is very long, and the ferry schedule must be kept. Some versions of the myth suggest that heroes or exceptional individuals were granted unique crossings. Orpheus, for example, charmed Charon and the entire underworld with his music. Heracles, in one story, forced Charon to take him, which resulted in the ferryman being punished for allowing a living person aboard. But these exceptions prove the rule. The underworld was governed by order, and Charon was part of that order. He upheld the structure calmly, quietly, and unfailingly. The crossing across the underworld's waters symbolized a final letting go, the last moment in which the soul remained in motion before entering Hades proper. Once the boat touched shore, the soul's path diverged depending on the traditions one followed. Some souls faced the judges. Some wandered the meadows. Some, according to philosophical schools, sought to cleanse themselves of memory or experience. But all shared one thing. They had crossed under the guidance of Charon, the patient ferryman. As the soul stepped away from the river and into the deeper, more permanent landscape of Hades, Hermes returned beside it. No longer the primary guide, but a quiet companion once more. Charon's ferry drifted back into the mist, already seeking the next traveller. And so the journey continued, not with fear, but with the reassuring knowledge that each stage of the afterlife had its guardians. Some stern, some kind, some simply doing their jobs. Charon was one of the latter, a figure who asked nothing except a single small coin, and repaid it with the safe passage every Greek believed they would one day need. Ahead waited the gates of the underworld, the judges, and the quiet expanse of eternity. But for now, the soul had arrived. It had crossed the river. Once the soul stepped off Charon's ferry and onto the shadowed banks beyond the rivers, it found itself in a world unlike any it had ever known. Not terrifying, not chaotic, just profoundly different. The air felt older somehow, as though it had been undisturbed for centuries and did not intend to start stirring now. Even Hermes, who remained at the soul's side, seemed to tread more carefully. The Greeks believed that the heart of Hades was a place of order, solemnity, and eternal quiet, and the first few steps into it reflected that perfectly. The terrain of the underworld, at least in early Greek imagination, was not fiery or brutal. It was muted, soft-edged, and deeply still. A kind of perpetual twilight lingered everywhere, not quite night, not quite day, but a calm, dim glow that made everything feel suspended in time. Poets described the land as shadowy, but not oppressive, a place where the brightness of life had faded into something gentler, more reflective. One could almost imagine the colours of the world washed with a thin layer of silver dust. Ahead stood the gates of Hades, vast, ancient, and rarely described in detail by Greek authors. This lack of description says something in itself. The Greeks didn't need to imagine towering iron bars or burning thresholds covered in fearsome engravings. The gates were symbolic, a clear demarcation between what was mortal and what was eternal. They were the final boundary, the point from which no soul returned unless it was part of some particularly dramatic myth involving a hero, a grieving spouse, or a god with questionable patience. Guarding these gates was the creature nearly everyone knows, even those who have never opened a book of mythology, Cerberus. But the Cerberus of the Greek imagination was not a ravenous monster snapping at anything that moved. He was a guardian, yes, but one with a very specific job: to prevent the living from entering and the dead from leaving. Those were his only concerns. For souls who belonged in the underworld, Cerberus posed no threat at all. In fact, he hardly noticed them. They passed by him the way travellers pass a dozing dog at a farmhouse gate, cautiously respectful, but mostly untroubled. Cerberus is usually described as having 3 heads, though some ancient authors gave him 50, and a few particularly enthusiastic ones went as high as 100. The Greeks were rarely concerned with precise numbers when telling stories. What mattered was the symbolism. Many believed the 3 heads represented the past, present and future, or birth, life and death. Others thought the head simply made him an excellent listener. In any case, he was a creature of order, not chaos, a protector, not a menace. Hermes often gave Cerberus a brief nod as he passed, and Cerberus, by most accounts, allowed the souls to enter without fuss. Only heroes attempting dramatic returns to the world above needed to worry about him, and even then, a handful of stories showed that he could be bribed with honeycakes. This is, one imagines, one of the most relatable details in all of Greek mythology. Even great guardians are willing to negotiate with snacks. Once inside the gates, the soul entered what many Greeks believed was the true realm of Hades, a vast quiet expanse ruled not by darkness but by stillness. It was not a place of torment or punishment for ordinary people. The Greeks had no concept of eternal agony for the average soul. That was a later invention from other traditions. Instead, Hades was a neutral kingdom, a land where the dead simply existed, freed from the burdens and noise of mortal life. The ruler of this realm, Hades himself, also called Pluton, was not a villainous figure at all. Despite modern portrayals that cast him as a sinister antagonist, the Greeks saw him as dignified, just, and somewhat aloof. He did not torment souls. He did not interfere with the living. He maintained order with calm precision, ensuring that the dead remained in their proper place, and that the natural cycle of life was preserved. To the Greeks, a god who kept the universe functioning smoothly was someone to be respected, not feared. Hades was feared only in the way one fears the inevitability of time. The soul did not meet Hades immediately, nor was it summoned before a terrifying throne. Instead, the first figures encountered were the 3 judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, who stood within the entrance hall of the underworld. Their task was to evaluate each soul and determine its eternal place. This was not a dramatic trial. There were no booming accusations or calling of witnesses. The Greeks imagined it as orderly, calm and fair. Minos, the most famous, presided with the wisdom of a former king who had once been entrusted with the law by Zeus himself. Rhadamanthus, known for his strict but righteous judgment, handled the more straightforward cases. Aeacus, the son of Zeus and legendary founder of Aegina, managed the concerns of those who came from his part of the world. The Greeks loved giving their mythical structures a sense of local administration. Even the afterlife had jurisdictional assignments. When the soul arrived before these judges, it did not tremble with fear. Instead, it offered an account of its life, not every detail, but the essence. The judges, gifted with divine insight, understood the truth of a life as easily as one might observe the surface of a calm pond. There were no tricks, no hidden agendas. The Greeks did not fear judgment as a moral reckoning. They believed the universe simply placed individuals where they naturally belonged. For most souls, those who lived ordinary lives without great virtue or vice, the destination was the fields of asphodel, a quiet, dreamlike meadow that stretched endlessly through the heart of Hades, a resting place of neutrality and calm. Souls here wandered gently, untroubled by earthly drama. Life's ambitions and regrets faded into soft echoes, leaving only the peaceful rhythm of existence. But we are not there yet. The soul, after receiving its judgment, continued deeper into Hades. Along the way it might encounter the faint shimmer of other souls drifting peacefully. Some recognized each other, though dimly, like remembering a face from childhood without recalling the name. Companionship existed in the underworld, but it was subtle, muted, not joyful, not sorrowful, simply present. As the soul walked, it became clear that Hades was not a place designed to frighten. It was designed to maintain balance. The underworld served a cosmic purpose. It ensured that life and death remained in harmony. Without Hades, the world of the living would collapse under the weight of its own perpetuity. Nature required endings, and endings required a keeper. That keeper was Hades. One might wonder why the Greeks imagined such a calm afterlife for ordinary people. In part, it reflected their view of the world. Life was filled with difficulties. Plagues, wars, unpredictable gods, political turbulence, economic struggles, and relatives who offered unsolicited advice. For many Greeks, the idea of simply resting, quietly, eternally, was profoundly appealing. Hades was not punishment. It was respite. As the soul moved further inward, the landscape broadened. The gates faded behind. The pathways opened into wider plains. A soft wind moved through the dim air, carrying no scent and no sound beyond the faint whisper of eternity. Hermes remained for a moment longer, ensuring the soul had found its place. Sometimes he lingered, sometimes he departed quickly, but always he fulfilled his duty with care. Ahead, the soul sensed its destination, the meadow, the judges, or perhaps something rarer and more luminous. But that part of the story belongs to what comes next. For now, the gates of Hades have opened, and eternity has revealed its first quiet breath. The soul's first real moment of orientation inside Hades came not from wandering the dim, echoing plains, nor from gazing upon the silent rivers, but from standing before the three judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. They were not perched upon towering thrones, or surrounded by flaming pillars, or accompanied by ominous music. The Greeks did not imagine their afterlife like that. Judgment, to them, was not theatrical. It was orderly, calm, and almost administrative. A kind of cosmic filing system, if you will, overseen by three figures chosen not for intimidation but for wisdom. The hall where the judges convened was imagined as vast but unadorned. No banners, no sculptures, no carved threats of divine punishment. The Greeks had neither the need nor the desire to decorate justice. The space itself was solemn, lit by a soft, ambient glow that came from nowhere in particular. It was less a courtroom and more a crossroads, a place where the soul's past gently intersected with its eternity. Rhadamanthus was often the first of the judges a soul might meet. In myths, he was known for his strictness, but also for an unwavering sense of fairness. He had been a mortal king once, a man admired for his impeccable judgment. Zeus, impressed with his reliability, appointed him as one of the judges of the dead. Rhadamanthus specialised in straightforward cases, the people whose lives were neither tangled with extreme heroism nor burdened with complicated wrongdoing. He listened, assessed, and made his decisions with the efficiency of someone who had long ago streamlined his process. Aeacus handled a different set of responsibilities. Known for his piety during life and for being a just ruler, he became the judge for souls from his region, or, depending on the tradition, the judge responsible for the keys of Hades. Aeacus, in art and poetry, often appears thoughtful, almost gentle. The Greeks believed that righteous rulers became righteous judges, and Aeacus embodied this beautifully. His decisions were neither hurried nor heavy-handed. He simply saw what was true and acted accordingly. But it was Minos who served as the final arbiter, the one who resolved the complex cases and rendered the ultimate judgment when debates arose. Minos, the legendary king of Crete, was famed for receiving divine laws directly from Zeus, which made him an expert in cosmic legality. The Greeks trusted him as the sort of person who could look through a soul, the way one might look through clear water, and understand its essence without confusion or prejudice. This ability made him the presiding judge, the quiet authority who ensured that every soul found its rightful place. Standing before these three figures, the soul did not tremble with fear. The Greeks did not imagine judgment as a moment of terror. Rather, it was a moment of truth, gentle, inevitable truth. One did not argue before the judges. One simply revealed oneself. The gods understood that the weight of a life could not be measured in speeches, excuses, or dramatic displays. A soul's true nature spoke more clearly than words. It is worth noting that the Greeks did not believe ordinary people were condemned to any terrible fate. Hades was not designed as a universal punishment. The vast majority of souls were destined for the asphodel meadows, the quiet, dreamlike plain where they would spend eternity in gentle wandering. Judgment was not about assigning torment. It was about determining which eternity best suited a soul's nature. Only a tiny handful of souls, those profoundly wicked or mythologically unfortunate, were sent to Tartarus. Those stories, involving the likes of Tantalus and Sisyphus, served more as moral fables than descriptions of everyday afterlife experience. The average Greek farmer, potter, sailor, or shepherd knew that his soul would not be rolling boulders for eternity. The Greeks found comfort in this. Life was hard enough. The afterlife, at least, need not be miserable. When the soul finally stood before the judges, it experienced something the Greeks imagined not as a confrontation, but as a kind of unburdening. The weight of choices, actions, intentions, and regrets, all the tangled threads of a lifetime, fell into clarity. There was no hiding, but there was also no harshness. The judges did not scold, shame, or condemn. They simply saw, and their vision was perfect. In some versions of the myth, the souls themselves recounted their deeds, offering a clear and honest reflection of their lives. But in most accounts, the judges needed no testimony. A soul's nature radiated visibly in the underworld. The judges were not fact-finding investigators. They were interpreters of truth. One of the most interesting details about the Greek concept of judgment is that it was not hierarchical. The three judges worked together, but each had his domain and his strengths. Rhadamanthus, practical and methodical. Aeacus, gentle and steadfast. Minos, wise and authoritative. The Greeks believed that fairness emerged from collaboration. a surprisingly democratic idea for a civilization not always known for universal justice in the mortal world. The process itself was imagined as brief. Eternity awaited. There was no reason to spend endless time in deliberation. Judgment was efficient, because truth was simple. Once the decision was made, the soul knew its path. Hermes often returned at this point, not as the primary guide, but as a companion, ready to walk with the soul toward its eternal destination. The underworld was vast, and while the judges assigned the path, Hermes ensured that no one wandered off into the wrong meadow, or accidentally approached a river they had no business visiting. The Greeks also loved the idea that great heroes received special consideration. Achilles, for instance, might have been placed differently than a fisherman from Corinth. Poets enjoyed exploring these exceptions, not to imply a cosmic hierarchy of worth, but because heroes were narrative treasures. If everyone's afterlife were perfectly ordinary, stories would grow terribly dull, and the Greeks would never allow myth to become dull. It is also worth noting that the judges themselves were not gods in the usual sense. They did not receive widespread worship. They did not demand offerings. Their authority was respected, not feared. This made them distinct from most divine figures in Greek religion. They were entrusted with a task, and they performed it with timeless dedication. Mortals rarely prayed to them, because judgment in the afterlife was not something one could negotiate. Offerings could persuade Poseidon to calm a storm, or Athena to grant wisdom, but no sacrifice could alter the truth of a soul. Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus represented one of the most profound Greek beliefs, that justice existed beyond life, not as punishment, but as order. The cosmos was not chaotic. It had a structure, and that structure extended into death. For many Greeks, especially in later philosophical periods, this was immensely comforting. Death did not erase meaning, it clarified it. And so, after receiving judgment, the soul did not feel shock or protest. Instead, it felt understanding, a gentle recognition of where it belonged. The three judges didn't point or command. They simply indicated the direction with the certainty of those who had never once been mistaken. The soul turned to follow that path, and Hermes, appearing once more beside it, began to walk. The underworld opened before them, not frightening, not confining, but vast and quiet. The asphodel meadows awaited most souls, a peaceful, neutral eternity where wandering felt like drifting through a dream. Others, rare and fortunate, journeyed onward to Elysium, a brighter, gentler realm. And an incredibly small few went elsewhere, to deeper places reserved for stories more dramatic than ordinary life. But all of that comes after judgment. For now, the soul has stood before the three judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, and found its place in the enduring, orderly vastness of the Greek afterlife. For most souls, after judgment was complete and Hermes had resumed his quiet companionship, the journey led not to Elysium or Tartarus, but to a place far softer and far more familiar, the Asphodel Meadows. This was the destination of the vast majority of human beings: farmers, potters, shepherds, weavers, sailors, merchants, mothers, fathers, wanderers, warriors whose names were never written in epics, and children who grew into adults without ever wielding a sword or speaking with a god. The meadows were not glamorous and not terrible. They were gentle. And for many Greeks, that gentleness was precisely the point. The Asphodel Meadows appeared in myths and poetry as a vast, quiet plain covered in pale, ghostly flowers. The asphodel itself was a real plant, known throughout the Mediterranean. Its pale blooms grew in poor soil and were considered hardy, humble and persistent, qualities that made it a fitting symbol for the afterlife of ordinary people. The meadows were imagined as a landscape washed in soft greys and silvers, neither bright nor dark, lit by a muted glow that came from no sun, no moon, and certainly no fire. It was an eternity without harshness. To a modern reader, this might sound a little uneventful, but the Greeks, who lived in a world filled with war, disease, unpredictable weather, and the occasional outbreak of divine mischief, valued calmness in a way that is sometimes hard to appreciate. If life was exhausting, eternity did not need to be. The meadows offered peace, not thrills. And for most people, peace was exactly what they had earned. When a soul entered the asphodel fields, it did not do so with fanfare. No trumpets sounded. No celestial banners unfurled. The underworld didn't believe in ceremonial red carpets. Instead, the soul simply stepped into the soft plain, felt the stillness settle around it, and understood that it had arrived where it would remain. The air held a faint fragrance. Nothing overpowering, just a suggestion of flowers on a cool morning. The ground was neither hard nor soft, but something in between, like walking on the threshold between dream and memory. The souls who wandered here were not unhappy, nor were they ecstatic. They existed in a state of gentle neutrality, free from earthly pain, earthly joy, and earthly ambitions. Their worries and triumphs, regrets and achievements had softened, paling like old ink, but their essence remained. The Greeks did not imagine souls as empty shells, drifting meaningless through eternity. Rather, they were simplified versions of their former selves, content to wander, to remember faintly, to exist without struggle. Homer describes the ordinary dead as shades, psyches, who retain their shape but not their strength. They were recognizable but softened, like seeing someone through a veil. When Odysseus visits the underworld, the souls of the dead flock to him, eager for the warmth of life he still carries. But they are not tormented. They are simply curious, stirred briefly out of their gentle drifting. This concept puzzled many later cultures who encountered Greek mythology. Why, they asked, was the afterlife not a reward or punishment for deeds done in life? Why was it so calm? But for the Greeks, whose religion was not built upon strict moral dichotomies, the idea of neutrality made perfect sense. The gods were not moral accountants tallying up points. They were beings of order, chaos, nature, and narrative. The afterlife did not need to be a grand cosmic sorting mechanism. It simply needed to be a place where souls went when their earthly story ended. Some philosophers, particularly the Orphics and later Platonists, felt the meadows were too dull and imagined something richer, a cycle of reincarnation, purification, or spiritual progression. But ordinary Greeks, tending their fields or mending their nets, probably found the idea of eternal rest quite appealing. After all, if your day-to-day life involved hauling amphorae, battling storms at sea, or negotiating with neighbours who believed their goats held divine opinions, a meadow of eternal calm must have seemed wonderfully soothing. One of the loveliest features of the meadows was companionship. The Greeks believed that souls recognized one another, though faintly. Reunion was not dramatic. It did not involve running into embraces or shouting across fields. But there was a sense of quiet familiarity. Friends found one another by drifting toward a feeling of recognition. Families remained connected, not by conversation or shared activities, but by being gently aware of each other's presence. It was a kind of eternal coexistence without the noise of mortal life. Hermes, after guiding the soul to the entrance of the meadows, didn't linger long. His task was complete, but he often gave a last nod, a small gesture that conveyed something like farewell. Then he turned back toward the gates, where other souls awaited his guidance. Hermes did not interfere with the life, or rather the unlife, of the souls within the meadows. The underworld had its own rhythms, and he honoured them. Within the meadows, time was a curious thing. It existed, and yet it didn't. Souls wandered not in circles or lines, but in soft patterns shaped by thought rather than footsteps. There was no hunger, no exhaustion, no need for shelter or warmth. Dreams and memories flowed gently through the fields. Some souls relived moments of their lives in quiet contemplation, walking with a faint echo of a loved one, recalling a childhood morning in a sunlit courtyard, or remembering the smell of bread from an oven that no longer existed. These memories did not evoke sorrow. They were softened by the new realm, like recollections that had aged into something tender. The asphodel meadows were not meant to be paradise. That belonged to Elysium. But they were far from bleak. They were the eternal middle ground, the resting place for those who had lived neither extraordinarily nor terribly. For the Greeks, this was perfectly natural. Most people lived ordinary lives. It was fitting that their eternity reflected that simplicity. Interestingly, the Greeks believed that even great heroes who were not granted access to Elysium might end up here, their glory dimmed, their epics reduced to whispers. Achilles' famous lament in the Odyssey, that he would rather be a living servant than a ruler among the dead, captures this sentiment. Glory, the Greeks knew, was fragile. In the meadows, it softened into humility. But not all tales of asphodel are melancholic. In some later versions of Greek belief, the meadows served as a kind of waiting area for reincarnating souls. Here, they rested until it was time to return to the world above, refreshed but forgetful. Plato's myth of air describes souls gathering in a meadow before choosing new lives. This added a new layer of meaning, eternity as both end and beginning. Still, in the oldest stories, the meadows were the final home of most souls. Their simplicity was their strength, a realm without turmoil, a realm without ambition, a realm where existence continued gently, unshaken by the chaos of mortal life. There were no shadows of punishment here, no fires, no torture, no pits. The Greeks reserved such dramatic fates for only the most egregious offenders, almost all of them characters in myths, rather than people who ever lived. To the average Greek, the afterlife was not something to dread, but something to accept with quiet resignation, and perhaps even a touch of relief. And so the soul wandered, surrounded by countless others yet never crowded. The flowers rustled softly without wind. The landscape stretched endlessly, but it never felt empty. Time drifted without weight, and the soul, no longer burdened by fear, ambition, or grief, simply existed. This was the asphodel meadows. Not a punishment, not a reward. A resting place for the vast majority of humanity, a gentle eternity. For a very small number of souls, so small in fact, that the vast expanse of the asphodel meadows never felt their absence. The path after judgment did not lead into the grey, drifting calm of ordinary eternity. Instead, Hermes guided these rare travellers towards something gentler, brighter, and far more exceptional, Elysium. To the Greeks, this realm was not simply a reward, it was a recognition, a nod from the universe that certain lives had carried a particular brilliance, a touch of divine favour, or a heroic spirit that set them apart. The idea of Elysium evolved over centuries, but its essence remained consistent. It was the paradise of the Greek afterlife, a place not of stillness, like the meadows, but of ease. A realm where the great, the noble, the righteous, and sometimes the simply well-connected enjoyed an eternity free from toil. It wasn't about moral perfection. The Greeks were far too practical to expect anyone, even heroes, to be paragons of virtue. Instead, Elysium celebrated excellence, courage, honour, and occasionally the fortunate accidents of lineage. In its earliest descriptions, Elysium lay somewhere on the western edge of the world, far beyond the horizon, where the sun dipped below the sea each evening. Hesiod called it the Isles of the Blessed, a place where soft breezes blew perpetually from the ocean, and golden flowers bloomed across gentle fields. The inhabitants of Elysium did not work. They did not grow old. They lived in a perpetual spring, enjoying music, feasts, and the kind of leisure usually reserved for those who have completed every possible task on earth and earned a very long rest. One should not imagine the Greek paradise as overly extravagant. There were no jewelled palaces, no shining monuments, no elaborate displays of divine wealth. The Greeks valued harmony and proportion. Their paradise reflected beauty in moderation, the kind that feels soothing rather than overwhelming. Elysium's pleasures were simple but perfect. Warm sunlight that never burned, breezes that cooled without chilling, feasts where the wine was always perfectly mixed, and conversation that never drifted into arguments about politics or in-laws. The earliest heroes to reach Elysium were those who had direct connections to the gods. Cadmus and Harmonia were said to dwell there, restored to youth after a life filled with trials. Menelaus, husband of Helen, was promised a place among the Blessed Isles, not because of moral perfection. His life, after all, included a 10-year war, but because Zeus was technically his father-in-law. Connections mattered in Greek mythology. Even eternity could be influenced by family ties. Later poets expanded Elysium into a realm of merit, not just divine favour. They imagined that brave warriors, wise rulers, and those who had lived with particular nobility might earn a place there. These souls continued the activities they had loved in life, singing, training, discussing philosophy, or simply enjoying the company of others who understood glory. It was, in its way, a kind of eternal symposium, minus the drunkenness and heated debates about which city had the best olive oil. Unlike the Asphodel Meadows, which felt muted and weightless, Elysium was alive with colour. Grass grew green and soft, flowers bloomed in vibrant clusters, and trees bore fruit without effort. The air carried a warmth reminiscent of an early summer morning. No shadows lingered. No mist clung to the ground. Everything felt clear, fragrant, and slightly enchanted, as though nature itself had taken a deep breath and decided to remain in that perfect state forever. Hermes did not always accompany souls into Elysium. His task generally ended at the border, where other divine beings received the newly blessed. In some traditions, Rhadamanthus himself, after his duties as judge, governed the realm, offering guidance and ensuring order. In others, the heroes simply lived freely, answering to no authority except the natural harmony of the place. The Greeks, practical people that they were, never attempted to micromanage their paradise. One of the more charming details about Elysium is the presence of music. Many ancient sources describe the songs of the Muses drifting across the fields, or the lyre of Orpheus filling the air with melodies so beautiful that even the flowers leaned closer to listen. Music represented harmony and divine inspiration, and there was no better symbol of a perfect afterlife. One imagines evenings filled with soft melodies, gentle laughter, and conversations that wrapped around the timeless air like warm cloth. But Elysium also evolved with Greek thought. In the time of Pindar and later philosophers, Elysium became not just a single paradise, but part of a cycle. Souls who lived 3 righteous lives might eventually earn a place in the Isles of the Blessed, a kind of spiritual graduation. This created a rare form of moral progression, though the Greeks still avoided painting the afterlife as an elaborate reward system. They preferred the image of an elite realm earned through extraordinary excellence rather than universal moral accounting. Then comes the famous dual image of the Isles, sometimes described as one island, sometimes several. Homer imagined a single land, while Hesiod described multiple isles scattered across the Western Sea. This variation speaks to the nature of Greek myth itself. Fluid, adaptive, comfortable with multiple interpretations coexisting peacefully. For the Greeks, the truth of Elysium was not in its geographical precision, but in its emotional resonance. It was the place where the best of humanity continued to be the best, free from the limitations of mortal existence. In some stories, Elysium even connected to the cycles of reincarnation, bridging paradise with philosophical development. Plato's account presents souls resting in a meadow before choosing new lives, some more wisely than others. The idea that souls might progress through multiple lives, ultimately reaching a blessed realm, gave the Greeks a sense of cosmic growth. Life was not a single opportunity, but part of a broader spiritual journey. Still, the common Greek listener, sitting beside a hearth or attending a festival, probably imagined Elysium in simpler terms. A quiet paradise for heroes and the especially fortunate. They might picture Achilles training with other warriors, or Orpheus performing gentle songs, or Helen walking among gardens with her beauty restored. Not dazzling or overwhelming, but serene. A poetic continuation of the finest qualities of human existence. Interestingly, Elysium was not imagined as a place of isolation. Companionship was central to its charm. Heroes dined together. Friends reunited. Lovers found one another again, without the jealous interventions of gods. In a world where noble deeds often resulted in tragedy, Elysium restored what life took away. It allowed heroes to rest, not as symbols but as people. And yet, despite its wonders, Elysium remained exclusive. The Greeks knew it was not a universal destination. Ordinary souls did not expect it. No one told their children, "Be good, or you won't get to Elysium." Morality, for the Greeks, was not a currency to buy paradise. Instead, Elysium represented the rarest moments of human brilliance, the kind that shaped the world, inspired stories, and echoed across generations. One might imagine the soul, newly arrived at the gates of Elysium, stepping through a soft arch of trees and feeling sunlight, real sunlight, warm its shoulders for the first time since leaving the world above. The breeze carries hints of honey and thyme. In the distance, laughter drifts across the fields. Not loud, not boisterous, but peaceful. Someone plays a lyre. Someone else recites poetry. The soul breathes, and for the first time since dying, feels something like joy. Every paradise reflects the desires of those who imagine it. The Greeks imagined a place not of gold, but of harmony. Not of perfection, but of balance. Not of divine authority, but of human excellence raised gently to the level of eternity. And so the rare souls who arrived here remained, not wandering like the shades of Asphodel, not suffering like the condemned of Tartarus, but living in a timeless moment of peace, beauty, and honour. The Greeks called it Elysium, the Isles of the Blessed. the Western Paradise. But perhaps the simplest name captures it best. The place where the best of humanity finally rests. For all the tranquility that characterized most of the Greek afterlife, there remained one region whispered about with caution, described with restraint, and visited only by the most unfortunate figures in mythology: Tartarus. If Elysium was the gentle paradise of the blessed, and the asphodel meadows the soft rest of ordinary souls, Tartarus was something altogether different, a place so deep and distant that even the gods rarely spoke of it. Yet the Greeks never imagined it as hellish in the fire and brimstone sense later cultures developed. Instead, Tartarus was a realm of profound separation, a cosmic oubliette, a boundary rather than a torment chamber. From the outside, or from as close as anyone would want to get, it was described as lying far beneath Hades, so far below the earth that it was as distant from the underworld as the earth was from the sky. This immense distance mattered more than any physical description. It conveyed the idea that Tartarus was not simply the bad part of the afterlife, but a place entirely apart, inaccessible and unseen. Even the shadows of Hades did not reach it. The Greeks envisioned Tartarus as ancient, older than the Titans, older than Zeus, possibly older than the earth itself. When chaos first brought forth Gaia and the dark realm of Erebos, Tartarus appeared as well, not as an afterthought, but as one of the fundamental features of existence. It was less a prison and more a natural counterweight in the cosmos, like the deep trenches of the sea or the voids between stars. A place the universe needed, but preferred not to examine too closely. Only a handful of beings were ever sent there, and they were, without exception, individuals whose stories had already reached mythological extremes. The Titans, Cronus, Iapetus, Hyperion, and their colossal siblings, were imprisoned in Tartarus after losing the great war against the Olympians. But even they were not described as endlessly tortured. They were simply confined, kept far from the world above, so the new cosmic order could flourish without challenge. Their imprisonment resembled exile more than punishment, an eternal reminder of the old world fading beneath the new. Other figures sent to Tartarus suffered fates more symbolic than literal. Tantalus, who offended the gods through a mixture of arrogance and poor culinary judgment, endured perpetual hunger and thirst while standing in a pool whose water receded whenever he stooped to drink, and beneath fruit that retreated when he reached for it. His torment was paired with irony, a favourite Greek seasoning in myth. Sisyphus, the master trickster, pushed his boulder endlessly, not because the gods craved inventive torture techniques, but because his punishment reflected the futility and audacity of trying to outsmart death itself. There was also Ixion, bound to a whirling fiery wheel, and the Danaïdes, condemned to fill a leaky vessel for eternity. Yet even these stories were told sparingly, with more moral weight than gruesome detail. The Greeks were not morbid. They preferred to teach through metaphor rather than shock. Tartarus did not require elaborate horrors to make its point. Its isolation was punishment enough. The geography of Tartarus, insofar as Greek poets attempted to describe it, was less a place one could map and more a conceptual distance. Homer and Hesiod tell us that if a man were dropped into Tartarus, he would fall for 9 days before reaching the bottom, a poetic measurement rather than a literal one. The point was simple. Tartarus lay impossibly far from the world of the living. To be sent there was to be removed from the story entirely. Hermes did not guide souls to Tartarus. Charon did not ferry them. The ordinary machinery of the afterlife simply did not apply. Tartarus belonged to a different class of narrative, reserved for those whose myths required a dramatic and permanent conclusion. For everyone else, nearly every mortal ever born, it held no relevance. A farmer in Boeotia, a fisherman from Chios, or a merchant in Corinth never worried about ending up in Tartarus. It was not a moral threat used to keep mortals in line. It was a mythological backdrop used to reinforce cosmic hierarchy. To the Greeks, the universe operated on balance, reciprocity, and the maintenance of proper order. Tartarus existed to contain those who disrupted that order catastrophically. But even then, Greek poets rarely indulged in torment for torment's sake. Their gods did not oversee endless torture chambers. They upheld stability. Tartarus was an extension of that stability, a place where disruptive beings could no longer interfere with the functioning of life, death, or the rhythms of the natural world. In later philosophical traditions, Tartarus gained more explicit moral connotations. Plato, in particular, used the idea to describe the consequences of profound injustice. In his vision, souls guilty of extreme wrongdoing faced corrective punishment before being reincarnated. But even then, the emphasis was on restoration rather than sadism. Tartarus became part of a moral cycle, not a final destination for the majority of souls. Nevertheless, the earliest and most enduring Greek conception paints Tartarus as something quiet, deep, remote. If one were to imagine it through a gentle bedtime lens, which admittedly is not how the ancient Greeks would have put it, it is less a chamber of horrors and more like the farthest room in a house, long forgotten and seldom entered. A place that exists because stories require consequences, not because the cosmos delights in cruelty. One of the most striking things about Tartarus is that, despite its fearsome reputation, it rarely appears directly in Greek myths. Heroes do not journey there. Gods do not visit on a whim. Poets mention it in passing, almost reluctantly, as though saying its name too loudly might draw unwanted attention. Even when Odysseus descends to speak with the dead, he does not venture anywhere near Tartarus. The underworld he visits is broad and shadowed, but the realm of deepest punishment lies far below, unreachable. This distancing did something clever for Greek storytelling. It preserved mystery. Tartarus remained undefined, bound by more silence than detail. It allowed listeners to imagine it as vast or enclosed, hot or cold, structured or chaotic. It was a story space, a conceptual room in the mythic house where the lights were always off. And because the Greeks valued moderation in imagination as well as in life, they didn't embellish it needlessly. The souls sent there, almost always mythological figures rather than real or relatable individuals, became symbols of excess. Their punishments warned listeners against hubris, betrayal, or offence against the gods. And yet, these punishments were poetic rather than grotesque. Sisyphus's endless labour spoke to the futility of defying divine order. Tantalus's unreachable feast highlighted the consequences of abusing hospitality. Ixion's spinning wheel reflected the uncontrollable nature of corrupted desire. Each story carried a moral shape, not a moral threat. To the ordinary soul resting peacefully in the asphodel meadows or wandering the soft fields of Elysium, Tartarus was as distant as the farthest star. It served the mythological world without touching the lives, or afterlives, of everyday people. And so, when one imagines the underworld as a whole, Tartarus sits not as a place of terror, but as a quiet, conceptually necessary chamber far below the rest. A reminder tucked deep within the structure of the cosmos, that even in a universe governed by capricious gods and unpredictable fate, there are limits, there are consequences. But those consequences rarely concern mortals. For most people, then and now, the Greek afterlife is a gentle progression. Hermes' guidance, the rivers, the ferrymen, the judges, and then rest. The extreme cases, the dramatic punishments, belong to the great myths, not the great masses. And as this journey through the ancient Greek afterlife draws to a close, one is left with a surprisingly soft picture. The Greeks did not imagine death with fear so much as with curiosity. They pictured a world that reflected life, not in its chaos, but in its stillness. A realm where order prevailed, where souls found their place, and where eternity unfolded in quiet rhythms. Tartarus, in its deep remoteness, completes that picture, not by dominating it, but by reminding us that even the darkest part of the afterlife was shaped by the same principle as the gentlest, balance. Imagine, if you will, the vastness of ancient Greek thought. To them, the world was not a tiny globe we see in modern textbooks, spinning politely in space. It was a layered cosmos, the shining sky of Olympus, the shifting seas that surrounded the lands of men, and, deep below, the dark and mysterious underworld. And presiding over that realm, a figure who has been both feared and misunderstood, Hades. Hades was no villain, though centuries of mistranslation and creative license have painted him in a rather grim shade. In fact, to the Greeks, he was more bureaucrat than bogeyman. A god whose task was not to torment the dead, but to ensure that the natural order of life and death remained intact. If Zeus was the thunderous king, Poseidon the tempestuous sea lord, then Hades was the quiet accountant of eternity. Not glamorous, certainly, but dependable, and, one might argue, indispensable. To understand Hades, we must first return to the earliest tales, when the Titans still ruled. Hades was one of 6 children born to Cronus and Rhea: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, and the youngest Zeus. The family dynamic was, how shall we put it, complicated. Cronus, having himself overthrown his father Uranus, had been warned by prophecy that his own children would one day do the same to him. And so, like any paranoid parent, he decided the best way to avoid this fate was simply to swallow his offspring whole. Yes, a rather unusual parenting strategy. Instead of lullabies and bedtime stories, Cronus's children were tucked away into his stomach, which, we can only imagine, was not the most comfortable of nurseries. There they remained, trapped in darkness, until the cunning of Rhea and the determination of Zeus set them free. Hades, therefore, entered the world already acquainted with confinement and shadow. One might say it prepared him rather well for his eventual station beneath the earth. When Zeus matured, he tricked Cronus into disgorging his siblings, Hades among them. Together, they rose against the Titans in the great war known as the Titanomachy. This was not a minor skirmish, but a cosmic upheaval lasting 10 years, with mountains hurled like spears and thunder shaking the firmament. In this war, Hades proved himself a formidable ally. Armed with a helm of invisibility, crafted by the Cyclopes, he could slip unseen past even the mightiest of foes. Stealth was his advantage, and in the decisive battle, it allowed him to strike fear and confusion into the Titans' ranks. At last, the Titans were defeated, bound, and cast into Tartarus. The 3 victorious brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, then drew lots to divide the cosmos. Zeus claimed the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades drew the short straw, or so it seemed, and inherited the underworld. Some tellings paint this as unfortunate luck, as though Hades had lost a game of divine dice. But in truth, the underworld was not a punishment. It was simply a share of existence, as vital as sea or sky. After all, death is the one certainty in life, and to rule over it is no small responsibility. It is here that Hades begins to diverge from his brothers in reputation. Zeus, ever dramatic, filled the myths with thunderbolts, seductions, and arguments. Poseidon, tempestuous, shook the earth with quakes and floods. Hades, however, lingered in the background. Few stories feature him as an active character, and when they do, he is often portrayed as stern, inevitable, and somewhat aloof. This aloofness has often been misinterpreted. The Greeks themselves did not equate Hades with evil. He was not the devil, for the Greeks had no devil. He was not a tormentor. Indeed, the punishments of the wicked were left to other figures, such as the Erinyes, or to the natural mechanics of Tartarus itself. Hades' task was governance, not cruelty. Still, his realm carried a chill. The Greeks rarely spoke his name directly, preferring euphemisms such as Pluton, the wealth bringer, acknowledging that the riches of the earth, metals and fertile soil all lay beneath. Speaking his true name was thought to attract unwanted attention, rather like whistling in the dark and hoping nothing answers back. If we step from myth into history, the fear of Hades mirrors Greek funerary practices. The Greeks were a people who believed strongly in proper burial. To be left unburied was a horror, for it condemned the soul to wander endlessly. This is why the Iliad makes such ceremony of funeral pyres, and why Antigone's defiance, insisting her brother must be buried despite the king's decree, was such a powerful tale. Burial rites were not merely cultural, they were religious, designed to appease Hades and ensure safe passage into his realm. Coins were often placed in the mouths or upon the eyes of the dead, a fee for Charon, the ferryman who guided souls across the river. One might think of it as the original toll road. Without payment, the spirit was said to linger restlessly on the near shore. It is not difficult to imagine how these beliefs structured daily life. Death, after all, was not an abstraction in the ancient world. Plagues, wars, and accidents were ever present. To have a god who governed at certainty gave it shape, a form, and perhaps even a kind of comfort. Greek poets were often reluctant to linger on Hades' character, preferring to describe his realm. Homer, in the Odyssey, speaks of the underworld as a place of shadow, where even great heroes appear as pale phantoms. When Odysseus journeys there, it is with dread, and the audience would have shared that dread, for the land of Hades was the great unknown. Yet some texts reveal hints of fairness in Hades' rule. He is not depicted as arbitrary or capricious. Indeed, he is less quarrelsome than Zeus, less rash than Poseidon, and far less cruel than many other deities. But he is relentless. And perhaps that relentlessness is what mortals feared most. One cannot bargain with Hades. One cannot escape him. One might wonder, did the Greeks ever laugh at death? Surprisingly, yes. Ancient comedies often poked fun at the underworld, depicting Hades as a somewhat stiff character, the butt of jokes about his gloomy nature. In Aristophanes' Frogs, for example, the realm of Hades becomes the backdrop for satire and slapstick. Imagine, if you will, the god of the dead trying to maintain solemn dignity while actors cavort about, making ribald jokes about corpses. This juxtaposition reflects something universal in humanity, our tendency to soften fear with humour. Much as today we make light of grim topics in nervous laughter, so too did the Greeks. And perhaps Hades himself, though never portrayed as jovial, might have tolerated it. After all, every joke about him was a reminder of his inevitability. To the Greeks, Hades was not merely a dark figure lurking beneath. He was the shadow that gave definition to light, the certainty that underpinned mortal life. Without death, there could be no urgency to live. Without the underworld, no meaning to the world above. He was, in short, not a god of malice, but of balance. A king who did not seek worshippers, who did not storm about Olympus demanding recognition, but who held a domain no one else could claim. And so, in hushed tones, his name was avoided, his presence acknowledged indirectly, and his realm feared but respected. He was the unseen constant of Greek life, the shadowed god whose authority no one, not even Zeus, could deny. As we leave this chapter, picture Hades not as a monster, but as a quiet sentinel. Imagine him seated on a throne of black stone, robed not in flame, but in solemn dignity, a crown of obsidian upon his head. Around him stretches his vast domain, not screaming with torment, but murmuring with the endless passage of souls, like the tide of a sea no mortal eye could ever behold. This is the Hades we begin with, a god of shadow, of inevitability, and of wealth hidden deep in the earth. Stern, silent, and in his own way fair. And in the chapters to come, we will walk deeper into his realm, past the gates, across the rivers, into the meadows, the palaces, the mysteries, and the myths that shaped how the Greeks saw both life and death. For now, let us leave the shadowed god in his throne of silence, waiting as he always does, with infinite patience. When the Greeks closed their eyes and thought of death, they did not picture an empty void, nor did they imagine fiery torment as later traditions would. Instead, they envisioned a realm beneath the earth, a place structured and ordered, where every soul had its place. This was the underworld, vast, shadowed, and unyielding. It bore the same name as its ruler, Hades, and though it inspired fear, it was not chaos. It was a kingdom, mapped out in rivers, plains, and palaces, a landscape that reflected the Greek belief that even death required structure. To enter this world was to begin a journey, one that nearly every person in Greece believed lay before them. That journey began the moment life slipped away. The soul, or psyche, was thought to leave the body in the form of a breath or a faint flutter, often imagined as a butterfly or bird-like shadow. Relatives hurried to tend the corpse, washing it carefully, clothing it in clean garments, and laying it out for the final rites. A coin was placed on the lips or over the eyes, a small but essential detail, for it was the fare for the ferrymen who waited below. Without this payment, the Greeks believed, the soul could not cross into the underworld, doomed instead to linger at the threshold, restless and unhappy. The soul's path led to the banks of the Acheron, the river of woe. There, a crowd of shades waited, pressing forward in silence, until the ferryman, Charon, arrived. He was no friendly guide, but a surly old boatman, weary from his endless task. He accepted only those who had been properly buried, and only those with the coin. His boat was a narrow, creaking vessel, gliding across the black current with deliberate strokes. The living feared him, and they feared the possibility that their loved ones might wander forever if the rites were neglected. To this day, archaeologists uncover coins placed in ancient graves, mute testimony to this belief. Once ferried across, the soul faced the gates of the underworld. They were high and forbidding, guarded by Cerberus, the hound with 3 heads. His jaws gnashed, his eyes gleamed, and his tail, often described as serpent-like, coiled restlessly. Yet his purpose was not cruelty. He did not devour the innocent. Rather, he was the keeper of boundaries, ensuring that no living intruder wandered in, and that no spirit slipped back to the realm of sunlight. It was a role mirrored across many cultures. Egypt had guardians at the gates of the Duat. Mesopotamia had its own monstrous sentinels. Cerberus was Greece's answer to the universal fear that death might be reversible, and that order required watchmen. Beyond those gates stretched the true heart of the underworld, divided into regions. The greatest and most populous was the Asphodel Meadows. It was here that ordinary souls drifted, wandering endlessly across grey fields. The poets described them as indistinct, their personalities faded, their memories blurred. It was neither punishment nor paradise, but a neutral continuation, an existence without pain, but also without joy. For the Greeks, this seemed fitting. Not every life was heroic, not every soul wicked. Most lived quietly and died quietly, and so their afterlife was a quiet meadow, neither dark torment nor shining bliss. Yet there were brighter realms for a fortunate few. The Elysian fields were imagined as sunlit meadows, green and fragrant, where heroes dwelled in eternal peace. Later writers embellished this vision into something like paradise, but in its earliest form it was a place of distinction, not morality. Those favoured by the gods, or descended from noble lines, might walk here after death. Poets sang, warriors feasted, and the breeze carried perpetual music. For some, the promise of Elysium was a comfort. For most, however, it remained a dream out of reach, a reminder that death mirrored life, with hierarchy and privilege intact. The darkest of all realms lay even deeper: Tartarus. Unlike Hades' halls or the Asphodel fields, Tartarus was a pit, an abyss reserved for the enemies of the gods. Here the defeated titans were chained, their groans echoing through the stone. Here monstrous figures endured punishments tailored to their crimes. Mortals too, if they had committed great sacrilege or defied the gods, might be hurled down. But Tartarus was not for the common criminal. It was for cosmic offenders, those whose arrogance threatened divine order. It was, in short, the prison of eternity, feared even by the gods themselves. Binding all these places together were the rivers, 5 currents that symbolized the experiences of death. The Styx was the most powerful, its waters binding the oaths of gods. To swear upon the Styx and break one's word was to invite destruction, or years of divine silence and weakness. The Lethe was the river of forgetfulness, where souls drank to wipe away memory before rebirth. Acheron, the river of sorrow, carried the ferry of Charon. Cocytus, the river of lamentation, was said to echo with cries of the unburied dead. And Phlegethon, the river of fire, burned without consuming, a paradox of flame flowing endlessly through shadow. These rivers were more than symbols. They were the currents of belief itself, etched into poetry, painted on vases, and whispered at gravesides. Archaeology has given us remarkable glimpses of how seriously these beliefs were held. In tombs across Greece and Italy, small gold tablets have been found, inscribed with instructions for the soul. Known as Orphic tablets, they told the dead which paths to take, which rivers to avoid, and what words to say to guardians. Some advised the soul not to drink from Lethe, but instead from the spring of memory, promising a higher, blessed existence. They were in effect pocket-sized guidebooks to the underworld, slipped into graves like divine passports. Such discoveries remind us that the geography of Hades was not just myth, but practical religion, carried into daily life. Literature reinforced this map. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus descends to the underworld to consult the prophet Tiresias. He encounters not only heroes, but shades who barely recall themselves. Achilles tells him that he would rather be a servant on earth than a king among the dead, a line that captures the Greek ambivalence about this realm. Death was inevitable, but it was not enviable. Later, the Roman poet Virgil would expand upon this in the Aeneid, drawing a detailed picture of the underworld's gates, its rivers, and its divisions. But the roots lay in Greek thought, in their attempt to give form to what lay beyond. The underworld was not only the concern of poets, however, it shaped rituals in every household. Families poured libations of wine and honey at tombs, believing their ancestors could partake. Festivals such as the Anthesteria in Athens honoured the dead, when spirits were thought to roam among the living. Food was set aside, prayers recited, doors marked to keep restless shades at bay. For the Greeks, the boundary between life and death was thin, porous, and always needing respect. The underworld was not distant. It pressed close in festivals, dreams, and daily anxieties. And over all this presided Hades, the king whose presence was more implied than seen. He did not often appear in stories, and when he did, it was with stern inevitability. His authority was absolute, his patience infinite. He did not meddle in mortal affairs like Zeus, nor roar with anger like Poseidon. He simply waited, as he always would, for every soul to arrive in its turn. To imagine this realm, close your eyes and walk its paths in your mind. Picture the meadows of asphodel, grey and still, with countless shades drifting aimlessly. Hear the low murmur of distant rivers, some bubbling, some crackling with fire, some sighing like mourners. See Cerberus at his post, 3 heads watching, tails coiling. Watch Charon pole his skiff across the water, a lantern flickering faintly on the prow. Beyond, faint lights shimmer where Elysium lies, while deeper still, the abyss of Tartarus glows red with eternal chains. It is not a realm of horror, nor one of bliss. It is a realm of order, a reflection of the Greeks' desire to make sense of the incomprehensible. Death was not to be denied, but it could be given a place, a geography, a structure. It was the other side of life, balanced, inevitable, and eternal. And so, when the Greeks laid their dead to rest, they believed the journey had only just begun. The coin ensured passage, the rites ensured acceptance, and the stories gave form to the unknown. They may have feared the underworld, but they also respected it. For in that shadowed kingdom lay the final truth of existence, that all roads, whether of king or slave, of hero or farmer, ended at the same gate. As this chapter closes, imagine yourself pausing on its threshold. The mist rises from unseen waters, cool against your skin. The gates loom ahead, immense and silent. Beyond, the meadows stretch, the rivers flow, and the faint murmur of eternity whispers on. You do not cross, not yet. But you stand for a moment in the hush of the place, understanding why the Greeks gave it form, why they mapped it with rivers and plains, why they named it not with dread, but with solemn inevitability. This was the realm beneath the earth, and it waited, patient and endless, for all who would come. When the 3 brothers divided the world, it might have seemed that Hades had drawn the least desirable share. Zeus had the sky, stretching endlessly above, full of storms and light, the home of clouds and thunderbolts. Poseidon had the sea, vast and glittering, the restless domain that touched every shore and carried every ship. And Hades received the underworld, a kingdom hidden away, far from the sun, where souls of the dead gathered in endless procession. To later imaginations, it looked like a misfortune, but to the Greeks, it was not shameful. It was necessary. Death had to be governed, and someone had to rule. That Hades did so quietly, almost reluctantly, became part of his nature. The myths tell us little of his desires. Unlike Zeus, who sought power with ambition, or Poseidon, who raged against rivals and courted influence, Hades seemed content with his realm. He was not a schemer, not a wanderer, not a god who meddled often in mortal affairs. He did not thunder, he did not stir tempests, he did not cast down bolts of wrath. He sat instead upon his throne of stone, overseeing the inevitable, and in that steadiness there was power. For though mortals might resist storms, though they might climb mountains to defy the sky, they could never resist him. It is important to note that the Greeks did not consider Hades evil. He was feared, yes, and avoided in speech, but he was not a tormentor. His task was order, not cruelty. He received souls, and he kept them. He did not create death. He simply reigned over its certainty. In a way, he was more impartial than any other god. Zeus favoured and punished. Poseidon wrecked ships or blessed harbours. Athena guided heroes. Hera schemed against rivals. Hades treated all the same. The mighty and the humble, the rich and the poor, the kind and the selfish, all arrived before him eventually. And yet, because of this impartiality, he was remote. Few prayers were offered to him. Few temples rose in his name. Mortals preferred to avoid invoking him, lest he hear and draw their soul sooner than expected. When they spoke of him, they often used softer titles. Plauton was one, the wealth bringer, for the riches of the earth, the minerals, the fertile soil, the seeds that slept in the ground, all lay beneath his domain. It was easier to honour him indirectly, acknowledging the gifts that came from the depths, rather than naming him outright. His true name, whispered rarely, carried weight. To speak Hades aloud was to brush against inevitability itself. This reluctance extended to literature. Hades appears rarely in myths compared to other Olympians. When he does, it is often not as a meddler, but as a force of necessity. His most famous tale is that of Persephone, when he rose from the earth in his chariot and carried her to his realm. Some storytellers describe it as abduction, others as an arranged union by Zeus. However it was told, it was an act that reflected his loneliness, his need for a queen in a land of shadows. He was not a god of lustful escapades like Zeus, nor of wild impulses like Poseidon. He sought companionship in the only way he knew, an act at once desperate and inevitable. Beyond Persephone, Hades appears in myths of descent, the Catabasis tales when mortals or heroes journeyed into his kingdom. Orpheus descended, lyre in hand, his music so haunting that it softened the stern ruler's heart. For once, Hades granted release, allowing Eurydice to follow her husband, though bound by a single condition. When Orpheus failed, Hades did not relent again. His mercy had limits, not because he was cruel, but because he would not undo order. Heracles too entered his realm, tasked with seizing Cerberus as one of his labours. Hades allowed it, so long as the hero used no weapons, a sign that even in challenge, rules mattered. And when Theseus and Pirithous dared to attempt the impossible, to steal Persephone herself, Hades simply seated them in the chair of forgetfulness, where they remained bound until Heracles intervened. He punished arrogance with fitting consequence, not with fiery rage, but with quiet inevitability. To mortals, this made him both frightening and strangely admirable. He was not unpredictable. He was not reckless. He ruled firmly, and with rules that did not bend easily. In a pantheon full of caprice and whim, there was something almost comforting in his constancy. Death, after all, is consistent. It does not play favourites. It does not arrive in fits of temper. It comes when it comes, and it comes for all. Hades embodied that truth. The Greeks reflected this in their customs. Funerary rites were not optional. The unburied dead, it was believed, wandered at the edges of his realm, unable to cross the river and find rest. This is why in Homer's Iliad, such care is taken with funeral pyres, why in Sophocles' Antigone, the heroine insists on burying her brother despite the king's decree. These stories are not about defiance alone. They are about honouring the laws of death, laws older than any mortal throne. Hades himself might never appear on stage, but his presence enforces the rules. To deny burial was to deny entry into his kingdom, and that was unthinkable. Hades' reluctance to interfere in mortal affairs made him unusual among the gods. Zeus pursued endless intrigues. Poseidon lashed out at mortals who offended him. Hera schemed tirelessly. Athena guided her chosen heroes. Hades rarely ventured above ground. He had no need to. The world would come to him in time. His silence was unsettling, but it was also dignified. He was a king who did not demand devotion, who did not scatter thunderbolts to prove his power, who did not wander in disguise among mortals. He waited, and in waiting revealed the deepest truth of all, that none could avoid him. It is for this reason that some later thinkers saw him as the most just of the gods. In his realm, all were equal. No mortal wealth, no political power, no divine favour could change a soul's fate. The judges of the dead might assign punishments or rewards, but Hades himself presided over the whole with calm impartiality. If Zeus represented authority, and Poseidon represented force, then Hades represented inevitability. And in many ways, inevitability is the strongest power of all. Picture him then, as the Greeks might have done. A figure seated upon a throne of dark stone, his robes heavy, his crown wrought of obsidian. His face is stern, not cruel, his gaze steady and unflinching. Around him, the halls echo with the murmur of countless souls, drifting in meadows or bound in deeper pits. He does not smile, but neither does he rage. He is not a tyrant, nor a tormentor, but a ruler whose reign stretches unbroken, untouched by rebellion or storm. The reluctant king, who governs because it must be so, not because he craved dominion. And in this reluctance lies something profound. To the Greeks, he was not adored like Apollo, not beloved like Dionysus, not feared in the same way as Ares. He was respected, and he was acknowledged. His silence was weightier than their noise, his constancy greater than their passions. He was not a god to whom one prayed for victory or love. He was the god one hoped not to meet too soon, yet one knew would be waiting in the end. The reluctant king holds his throne still, in stories and in memory. His realm may be shadowed, his name avoided, but his presence cannot be escaped. For the sky may crack with thunder, the sea may rise in fury, the earth may shake with quakes, but in time all falls silent, and in that silence Hades waits, patient, eternal, and unchanging. Among the many tales that circle around Hades, none was told more often, and none carried such weight in Greek life, as the story of Persephone. It is a myth that begins with flowers and ends with the seasons, moving from sunlight into shadow and back again. At its heart, it is about loss and return, grief and renewal. For the Greeks, it explained why fields ripen and wither, why winter grips the earth, and why spring breaks through again. It was not simply a story of abduction and marriage, but a way of making sense of time itself, a myth that reached into both ritual and daily life. The story begins in brightness. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, walked the meadows of the upper world. She was young, radiant, and often called simply Kor, the maiden, for she embodied the freshness of youth itself. With her companions she gathered blossoms, filling her hands with crocus, iris, and rose. The air was mild, the sky untroubled. Then, without warning, the ground opened beneath her feet. From the earth surged a chariot drawn by black horses, and upon it stood Hades, tall and solemn, crowned in shadow. He reached for her, and before her cries could echo, he carried her down into his realm. The earth closed above, leaving silence. Demeter, goddess of the harvest, searched in despair. Torches in hand, she roamed the earth, calling her daughter's name across valleys and mountains, but no answer came. In her grief, she allowed nothing to grow. Seeds lay dormant, trees bore no fruit, the fields turned barren. Weeks stretched into months, and famine spread. Mankind faced hunger, and the gods themselves, deprived of offerings, began to worry. The loss of Persephone became the loss of abundance, and the shadow of the underworld fell across the world above. At last, Zeus, who had permitted the union in secret, saw that disaster loomed. He sent Hermes, fleet-footed messenger, to the halls of Hades. Hermes spoke of Demeter's grief, of the withering fields, of the survival of humankind. Hades listened, grave and steady. He agreed to let Persephone return, but before she departed he offered her the fruit of the pomegranate. She tasted its seeds, red as blood, sweet and sharp. In that act she bound herself to him. For those who ate the food of the dead could not remain entirely free of the underworld. A compromise was forged. Persephone would spend part of the year with her mother, and part with her husband below. When she returned to Demeter, the world bloomed, fields ripened, and harvests filled the barns. When she descended again, the earth fell barren, the trees stripped, the air turned cold. Thus the seasons turned. Spring and summer marked her return, autumn and winter her absence. For the Greeks, this explained the rhythm of the year not as chance, but as a story written in divine lives. The tale touched every corner of Greek thought. It spoke of grief, for Demeter's sorrow mirrored the sorrow of any parent who had lost a child. It spoke of reunion, for the return of Persephone brought joy as vivid as the return of green fields after winter. It spoke of necessity, for even gods could not escape the bonds of fate. And it spoke of balance, for life and death, loss and renewal, were shown not as enemies but as partners in an endless cycle. From this myth grew one of the most important rituals in Greek religion, the Eleusinian Mysteries. These secret rites, held near Athens, were dedicated to Demeter and Persephone. Those initiated were promised blessings both in life and in death. What occurred in the mysteries was never written, for secrecy was strict, but ancient writers hint at reenactments of Persephone's descent and return, dramatized to reveal the promise of renewal. Even Roman emperors sought initiation, so powerful was the allure. To take part was to stand inside a living myth, to feel the turning of the seasons as a truth that stretched beyond mortal years. The agricultural meaning was plain. Persephone was the seed that vanished into the earth and rose again. Farmers planting in autumn saw her descent mirrored in their fields. The grain buried in the soil was like the maiden carried below, hidden in darkness until the time of return. In spring, when shoots broke through the soil, they saw her rising again, welcomed by Demeter, greeted by light. The myth gave shape to farming itself, turning a rhythm of planting and harvest into a divine story. Yet there was also a social meaning. For many Greek women, Persephone's abduction echoed their own experience of marriage. Daughters were often given away without consent, carried from their homes to new households. The grief of Demeter and the silence of Persephone captured the sense of rupture. But in the underworld, Persephone changed. She became queen, seated beside Hades with authority. Artists showed her with a crown, holding the scepter, sharing the throne. She was no longer only the maiden, but a ruler in her own right. The myth thus carried both sorrow and transformation, a recognition that in change lay not only loss but new power. Hades' role here was complex. He did not thunder with rage when Hermes arrived, nor did he forbid Persephone to leave. He accepted the compromise, but he ensured she would return to him. The pomegranate was his claim, both gentle and binding. He wanted not a fleeting guest, but a queen who would share his realm. In offering the fruit, he acted not as a tyrant, but as one who sought permanence. The act has been read as possessive, but also as practical. Without Persephone, the underworld was only shadow. With her, it had a queen, a balance of male and female, sternness and renewal. The pomegranate itself became a symbol. Its seeds, clustered like blood-red jewels, embodied both fertility and mortality. To eat them was to accept life's fullness and its limits. Even today, in parts of Greece, the fruit is used in rituals of remembrance, scattered on graves, offered at funerals. The link between Persephone and the fruit remains alive, showing how myth seeped into household practice. For the Greeks, the cycle of Persephone was reassuring. It told them that the cold silence of winter was not the end. Spring would come, as surely as she would rise. Each year, her return was visible in the first blossoms, the first shoots of wheat, the warmth returning to the air. Each year, her descent was visible in the falling leaves, the shortening days, the silence of empty fields. The story was not remote. It was lived in every farm, every hearth, every festival. Versions of the tale differed. Some said Persephone spent half the year below, others a third. Some emphasised her reluctance, others her acceptance of the crown. But all agreed that she moved between two realms, and that her movement governed the seasons. This was the heart of the story, that the world itself breathed with her rhythm, life folding into death and rising again. Imagine then the comfort it gave. A farmer standing in barren fields in January could trust that the grain was not gone forever. Persephone too was below, and she would return. A mother grieving a loss might hear Demeter's cry, and know that even gods felt sorrow. A bride leaving her home might see Persephone's crown, and know that in strangeness she might also find dignity. The myth was not only about gods, but about people, about the cycles that shaped their lives. Picture her ascent, the earth breaking open, blossoms in her hands, Demeter rushing to embrace her. Picture her descent, the earth closing, the air cooling, the days shortening. This was the rhythm that held Greece, year after year. And in the halls below, Persephone sat beside Hades, no longer only a maiden, but a queen with power and presence. Through her, life and death were bound together, not in enmity, but in balance. Thus, the tale of Persephone is not only about abduction, nor only about marriage, nor only about seasons. It is about the truth the Greeks saw everywhere, that loss and renewal are one, that descent is part of return, that death and life are not opposites, but companions. They lived this truth in their fields, in their rituals, in their festivals, and in their hopes. And in telling her story, they told the story of themselves, of their world, of the cycle that turns forever. Though Hades ruled over shadows, he was not remembered only as a god of gloom. The Greeks also gave him another name, Pluton, the wealth bringer. It was a title that softened his image and reminded mortals that the earth itself, the dark soil beneath their feet, was not merely the resting place of the dead, but also the source of abundance. From the depths came grain, metals, and gems. From the earth came life renewed each spring. And though mortals shuddered at his shadow, they also recognized that beneath lay treasure, both literal and symbolic. The Greeks were never shy about linking death with fertility. The seed buried in the soil mirrored the body placed in the grave. Both descended into darkness. Both disappeared for a season. Both returned transformed. The myth of Persephone captured this truth vividly, but the name Pluton carried it further. It acknowledged that Hades was not simply the lord of endings, but also a god of resources, a ruler tied to the hidden wealth of the earth. To call him Wealthbringer was a way of honouring him without invoking the dread of his true name. It was also a reminder that from his realm came the things mortals valued most. Consider grain, the foundation of the Greek diet. Bread was life itself, and every loaf began with seed sown into the ground. Farmers ploughed the earth, trusting that beneath the soil, unseen, transformation occurred. The seed decayed, then sprouted, then rose. In this process, the earth's dark womb mirrored the underworld. Life emerged from death, growth from burial. To the Greeks, such cycles were not abstract. They were observed every year in their fields, and in them they saw the work of Hades, not as destroyer, but as guarantor of return. Metals too came from the depths. Mines in Attica and beyond produced silver, copper, and gold. These resources shaped trade, coinage, and war. Every ingot of silver was a gift torn from Hades' domain. The miners who descended into shafts must have felt in some way that they were intruding into the god's territory. Lamps flickered, shadows loomed, the air was close and heavy. It was not far from a descent into the underworld itself. The danger of mining, collapses, suffocation, exhaustion, was a reminder that wealth came at a price. Hades might grant treasure, but he exacted his toll. Precious stones also carried symbolic power. Gems dug from the earth shone with a beauty that seemed otherworldly. To wear them was to carry a fragment of the hidden realm. They were rare, they were costly, and they reminded mortals that beneath their feet lay mysteries they could never fully control. The Greeks knew little of geology, but they knew enough to sense that such treasures did not belong to the surface world. They came from depths ruled by Hades, and in that sense, he was their giver. The title Pluton influenced art and worship. While temples to Hades himself were few, shrines to Pluton appeared in places where fertility and abundance were celebrated. In Eleusis, where the mysteries honoured Demeter and Persephone, Pluton was also invoked. He was part of the agricultural cycle, his shadow entwined with the harvest. To honour him as Pluton was safer, gentler. It allowed mortals to acknowledge death while speaking instead of life. This duality reflects a human truth. We soften what we fear by giving it another name. In literature, Pluton appears as a figure less stern than Hades. The Romans, inheriting the name, used it for their god of the dead, Pluto, emphasizing his link with wealth. Over centuries, the harsher associations of Hades blurred into this more generous figure. Yet the Greeks themselves had already begun the process. To them, wealth and death were inseparable. Every harvest grew from the burial of seed. Every gem was taken from beneath the earth. Every coin minted from ore hidden in darkness. Hades was lord of all these things. The economic context of Greece made this symbolism powerful. Athens thrived on silver mined at Laurium, its fleet funded by the wealth beneath the ground. Without that silver, the city could not have risen to power, could not have built temples, could not have defended itself at sea. The very democracy celebrated in Athens was, indirectly, a gift of the underworld. The wealth that sustained civic life came from Hades' domain, though few would have spoken of it so bluntly. To call him Pluton was perhaps a way of admitting this debt, of giving credit without stirring dread. There was also a philosophical dimension. To the Greeks, wealth was double-edged. It brought comfort, but it also brought danger, greed, and conflict. In the tragedies of Euripides and the histories of Herodotus, wealth often leads to downfall. To link Hades with wealth was to remind mortals that riches and death are bound together. No treasure can prevent mortality, and every treasure eventually passes into other hands. Hades as Pluton embodied this paradox. He gives, but he also takes. He bestows abundance, but he also claims all who enjoy it. The Orphic tradition carried this further. In their hymns, Hades is invoked as giver of riches, lord of seeds, the unseen force who ensures the cycle of life. The Orphic poets urged initiates to see beyond fear, to understand that death itself was part of renewal. The earth, dark and silent, was not only a tomb but also a womb. In this way, the wealth bringer was not merely a euphemism but a truth. From his domain came grain, gems, and ultimately the possibility of new life. Imagine then how a Greek might have felt standing at the edge of a ploughed field. The soil was dark, cool beneath the hand, silent above hidden seeds. It was both grave and cradle. In scattering seed, the farmer participated in Persephone's descent, in Hades' governance, in the mystery of Pluton. And when shoots broke through the soil, when harvest filled the granaries, the farmer saw in that abundance the wealth of the earth, the gift of the unseen god. The miners too, descending with lamps into the shafts, felt the breath of the underworld. Every pick that struck rock echoed in Hades' halls. Every fragment of ore carried with it the memory of darkness. Wealth was won from his realm, but never freely. The risks of the mine, the shadows that swallowed men whole, were reminders that the wealth bringer did not give without cost. The Greeks did not resolve this tension. They accepted it. To them, wealth and death were threads of the same weave. They honoured Pluton in festivals of fertility. They feared Hades in funeral rites. They spoke of treasure and tomb in the same breath. And in doing so, they revealed something profound. That to live is to draw continually from the depths, to borrow from the unseen, and to return in time what one has been given. Picture Hades now not only as the stern king of shadows, but as Pluton, seated upon his throne with a sheaf of grain in one hand and a cornucopia in the other. Around him glimmer the treasures of the earth, silver veins, golden nuggets, seeds swelling with life. He does not smile, but his gaze is steady, his presence undeniable. He is wealth and death at once, the god who gives and the god who takes. Thus the Greeks remembered him in two faces. As Hades, he was shadow, inevitability, the ruler no one wished to meet too soon. As Pluton, he was giver, provider, the unseen source of abundance. Together these faces revealed the balance of existence. Life springs from death, wealth rises from the depths, gifts come with shadows. The earth, like the god who ruled beneath it, was both grave and treasure chest, both sorrow and joy. And so, year after year, the Greeks ploughed, sowed, mined, built, and harvested, knowing that everything they gained was, in some way, a gift from Hades. They softened his name, honoured his wealth, and feared his shadow. They lived with him always, above and below, in every loaf of bread and every coin of silver, in every seed buried and every harvest reaped. He was the wealth of the earth, stern and silent, yet also generous beyond measure. When mortals thought of the journey into Hades' realm, they imagined not only its landscapes of meadows and rivers, but also the figures who kept order within it. No kingdom is without guardians, and no court is without judges. For the Greeks, the underworld was not a place of chaos where souls drifted without direction. It was structured, supervised, and guarded. Boundaries were marked, roles were assigned, and justice was preserved even beyond the grave. To cross into the domain of Hades was to meet figures who were not gods, but who carried out their duties with authority. They were the gatekeepers, the ferrymen, the beasts, and the judges, shaping the journey of every soul. The first figure a soul might meet was Charon, the ferryman. He was imagined as a grim and weathered man, grey-bearded, his hands rough from the oar. His boat was narrow, creaking, a vessel that never rested. Across the black waters of Acheron, he rowed without end, bearing the souls of the newly dead. But his service was not free. The coin placed in the mouth or upon the eyes of the corpse was his fee. Without it, the soul was refused passage, left to wander aimlessly along the shore for 100 years. Archaeologists have uncovered coins in countless Greek graves, evidence that this ritual was more than myth. To pay Charon was not superstition, but sacred necessity. His presence reminded mortals that even in death, one must settle accounts. Beyond Charon waited Cerberus, the hound of Hades. Descriptions vary, but most agreed he had 3 heads, each snapping with teeth, each pair of eyes gleaming. Some said he had a mane of snakes, or a serpent for a tail. He was not simply monstrous, but purposeful. His task was to guard the gates. He did not prevent souls from entering, for all the dead were welcome. Instead, he prevented them from leaving. Once a soul had crossed, it belonged to Hades, and Cerberus ensured the boundary was not broken. His role reflected the Greek concern with boundaries, with the order that kept life and death apart. In vase paintings, he is often shown subdued by Heracles, who carried him to the surface as one of his labours, but always he returns to his post, the eternal watchdog of shadow. Once within, the soul faced judgment. Here the Greeks placed 3 figures, mortal once but now immortalised as judges of the dead. Minos, once king of Crete, sat with the air of authority, wise and commanding. Rhadamanthus, his brother, was said to judge with strict fairness, rewarding truth and punishing lies. Aeacus, who had ruled on Aegina, was known for his integrity, chosen for his sense of justice. Together they examined the lives of souls, deciding where each would dwell. The majority passed into the asphodel meadows, where neutrality reigned. The virtuous might be sent to the Elysian fields. The wicked, the truly wicked, might descend into Tartarus. In this way, the underworld reflected the Greek belief that justice extended beyond the grave. No deed, however hidden in life, could escape the gaze of the judges. This system was not unique to Greece. Other cultures imagined similar tribunals. The Egyptians pictured the weighing of the heart against the feather of Ma'at, the symbol of truth. The Mesopotamians spoke of records kept in clay by underworld scribes. The Greeks shaped their own vision by choosing human figures, kings known for justice, elevated to eternal office. In this they showed that human law and divine order were not separate, but entwined. A good judge on earth might be chosen to judge forever below. It was a powerful reminder that human morality mattered, that fairness was not lost in the dark. The presence of judges gave the underworld a kind of dignity. It was not a place of blind fate, where all were treated alike regardless of their deeds. It was structured, it was deliberate, it was fair. For most, life had been neither heroic nor shameful, and the meadows awaited. But the very existence of judgment suggested that how one lived mattered. The Greeks were not obsessed with sin in the later religious sense, but they recognized the weight of actions. Honor, truth, hospitality, loyalty, these were measured, and those who broke them without remorse risked eternal consequence. Alongside these figures were other guardians. The Erinyes, or Furies, were said to dwell at the edges of the underworld, avengers of crimes against kin. They pursued murderers who had escaped mortal punishment, ensuring that blood guilt was never forgotten. In literature, they appear as terrifying women with serpents in their hair, their cries unbearable, their whips ready to lash. They were not under Hades' command, so much as allied with the order he represented. Where human courts failed, the Furies acted. They showed that justice, however delayed, was inevitable. Another figure, less grim, was Thanatos, the personification of peaceful death. He was sometimes imagined as a winged spirit, gentle and quiet, guiding the dying without pain. Unlike Hades, Thanatos appeared in myth as a character who might be tricked or delayed, but never defeated forever. In this sense, he served as the first step into Hades' domain, a reminder that death came in many forms, sudden, violent, or calm, but all leading to the same gate. All these guardians and judges served to emphasize that the underworld was not chaos. It was ordered, it was structured, it was governed. To the Greeks, this was crucial. Death was terrifying, but it was not meaningless. There were rules, there were roles, there was a process. The ferryman rowed, the hound guarded, the judges decided, the Furies avenged. Even the unseen god had his officials. To die was to enter a system as old as the cosmos, and in that system there was a strange kind of reassurance. Historically, these beliefs influenced Greek life profoundly. Burial practices were not optional. To leave a corpse unburied was to condemn a soul to wander without passage. The need for proper rites is dramatized in countless plays, from Homer's epics to Sophocles' tragedies. To perform burial was an act of justice, ensuring the soul could face the judges, cross the rivers, and rest. To deny burial was a crime against both the dead and the gods. It was one of the gravest insults, for it severed the connection between mortal and divine order. The judges of the underworld also mirrored the human courts of Greece. Cities prided themselves on their legal systems, their assemblies, their councils of elders. By imagining Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus as eternal judges, they extended the idea of law beyond mortal boundaries. Justice didn't end with life. It stretched into death, making morality a matter not only of earthly reputation, but of eternal placement. The Greeks, practical as ever, imagined a system that resembled their own, but perfected, stripped of corruption and error. Even Cerberus and Charon reflected everyday truths. Boundaries must be guarded, and services must be paid for. The ferryman's toll reminded Greeks of the importance of preparation. Families saved coins for burial, ensuring their loved ones would not be stranded. Cerberus reminded them that boundaries once crossed cannot be undone. Death was final, and the Hound of Hades stood watch to ensure it. These figures were mythological, but they also carried moral weight, teaching lessons about duty, justice, and inevitability. Picture the scene. The soul arrives at the riverbank, the air damp with mist, the water dark and slow. Charon extends his hand, the coin glints faintly, the oar dips into silence. The ferry glides, carrying the soul across. At the gate, Cerberus waits, 3 heads lifting, eyes burning in the gloom. The gate creaks open, the hound steps aside, and the soul passes in. Before the judges the soul stands, trembling, its deeds laid bare. Minos considers, Rhadamanthus measures, Aeacus decides. Then the path is shown, to the meadows, to Elysium, or to Tartarus. Order is kept, justice preserved, the kingdom secure. This was the underworld of the Greeks. It was not chaos, not cruelty, but a place where guardians stood firm and judges rendered decisions. To the living, these figures were reminders of the laws that governed existence, above and below. To the dead, they were guides and obstacles, ensuring that each soul found its place. And over them all, silent and unyielding, watched Hades, the king who needed no noise to rule. In the end, these guardians and judges gave the underworld its dignity. Without them, it might have seemed only a shadowed void. With them, it became a kingdom, ordered and inevitable, as steady as the earth itself. The Greeks, who valued balance and feared disorder, could accept death more easily when it was imagined as such a realm. For if even in death there were ferrymen, hounds, judges and avengers, then death was not nothingness. It was another form of life, bound by rules, protected by guardians, guided by justice. And in that vision there was comfort, even in fear. The underworld was not meant for the living, yet in Greek myth there are tales of mortals and heroes who dared to descend. These stories of catarbasis, the journeys downward, captured both fascination and dread. To step into Hades' realm while still alive was to test the boundary between worlds, to confront shadow and silence directly. Few succeeded, most suffered, and all revealed something essential about the Greek view of mortality. The descent was never taken lightly, for to enter the halls of Hades was to risk never returning. One of the earliest and most moving of these tales is that of Orpheus. He was no warrior, but a musician whose lyre could charm men, beasts, even stones. When his wife Eurydice died from the bite of a serpent, he was inconsolable. His grief was so great that he resolved to follow her into the underworld. With music as his guide, he descended, strumming his lyre as he passed the rivers and gates. The notes softened the heart of Charon, lulled Cerberus into calm, and even reached Hades and Persephone on their thrones. For once, the stern king relented. Moved by love and music, Hades agreed that Eurydice might return, but on one condition. Orpheus must not look back at her until both had reached the upper world. It was a simple condition, and yet it was impossible. As they climbed the path towards sunlight, Orpheus's heart trembled with doubt. Was she truly behind him? Did Hades keep his word? Just before they emerged, he turned. For an instant, he saw her pale and silent, reaching toward him. And then she vanished, pulled back into shadow, gone forever. Orpheus cried out, but there was no second chance. The law of Hades was final. He returned alone, his music now filled with grief. His tale a warning that even love and song couldn't undo the certainty of death. The story of Orpheus was told again and again, for it spoke to every listener. Who has not longed to see the face of one lost? Who has not doubted, hesitated, and wished for certainty? The Greeks knew that the rule of Hades was unbending. One look, one misstep, and all was lost. The tale captured the poignancy of love confronted by mortality, the tragedy of desire against inevitability, and in its telling, it gave voice to the ache that every human heart carries. Another famous descent was that of Heracles. Unlike Orpheus, he was no gentle musician, but the strongest of all heroes. His labours had already carried him across the earth, and for his 12th and final task he was ordered to bring back Cerberus from the underworld. Armed not with weapons but with courage, he descended. Hades did not forbid him, but required that he take the hound without blades or force of arms. Heracles wrestled Cerberus with his bare hands, grappling the thrashing heads, enduring the serpent tail, subduing the beast with strength alone. Dragging the hound to the surface, he completed his labour, proving that even the guardians of Hades could be confronted. Yet when the task was done, Cerberus was returned, for no creature of that realm could remain above. Heracles' descent showed another side of the mythic imagination. Where Orpheus revealed the fragility of love, Heracles embodied the triumph of strength. Yet even he did not conquer death. He borrowed Cerberus, but he did not keep him. The underworld remained intact, and Heracles, for all his might, could not undo its power. His story reminded listeners that even the strongest cannot break the order of Hades. They may visit, they may struggle, but they must return to the world of the living with nothing changed. Theseus too ventured below, though his purpose was less noble. Along with his companion Pirithous, he conceived a daring and foolish plan, to seize Persephone herself as a bride. Such hubris was bound to fail. Entering Hades' halls, the two heroes found themselves trapped. Hades seated them in the chair of forgetfulness, where they remained bound by invisible bonds, their minds clouded, their bodies fixed. For years they sat, until Heracles, during his descent, managed to free Theseus, though even he could not break Pirithous' bonds. The tale was a warning against arrogance. To challenge Hades, to seek his queen, was folly. No mortal ambition could overturn the laws of the underworld. The Greeks told other tales of descent as well. Odysseus in Homer's Odyssey journeyed to the land of the dead, guided by the witch Circe. He dug a pit, poured libations of honey, wine, and blood, and called forth the shades. There he met the spirit of the prophet Tiresias, who foretold his fate. He saw Achilles, who confessed that he would rather be a servant among the living than a king among the dead. He saw Agamemnon, bitter and mournful, and countless others, all shadows of their former selves. The journey filled Odysseus with dread, and the audience with it too. It was a vision not of torment, but of emptiness, a reminder that even the greatest heroes fade into pale memory in the halls of Hades. Later, Aeneas in Roman myth would echo this descent, guided by the Sibyl into a vision of judgment and destiny. But the Greek imagination had already drawn the map, already traced the path of the living into the land of the dead. For them, the catabasis was more than story. It was a ritual act, a way of thinking about mortality, a reminder of boundaries. To go down alive was to confront the truth that no one could remain. What unites these stories is not triumph, but failure. Orpheus fails by looking back. Theseus fails by arrogance. Even Heracles succeeds only partly, for he returns with proof of strength, but not with mastery over death. The message is clear. The living may glimpse the underworld, but they cannot overturn it. The rules are unbreakable, the king unyielding. At best, one might visit and return. At worst, one remains bound forever. And yet, these tales also offered comfort. By imagining heroes descending, listeners could picture the journey themselves. They could prepare in thought what they would one day face in truth. They could rehearse the crossing, the gates, the judges, the meadows. In hearing how Orpheus charmed even Hades, they could hope that love mattered. In hearing how Heracles wrestled Cerberus, they could believe that courage mattered. In hearing how Theseus was punished, they could learn that arrogance was folly. Myth taught not only wonder, but wisdom, shaping how mortals lived in the fosse of death. The idea of descent also shaped rituals. In the Eleusinian mysteries, initiates symbolically reenacted the journey of Persephone and perhaps glimpsed in vision the path below. In drama, audiences watched heroes walk where they themselves would one day go. The underworld became not distant, but present, not unknown, but mapped. It was terrifying, yes, but it was also knowable. And in knowing, the Greeks found a measure of peace. Imagine, then, the hush of a theatre as actors played out the descent. Torches flickered, music sounded, and the audience felt the weight of shadow around them. They knew it was performance, but they also knew it was truth. For every man, every woman, would one day follow that path. The heroes had walked it first, and in their footsteps mortals traced their own fate. In the end, the stories of descent remind us not of victory, but of humility. The underworld is not conquered. It is not escaped. It is accepted. The heroes who went below did not return unchanged, and their tales did not erase death. They gave it shape, they gave it meaning, they gave it voice. And in doing so, they allowed the Greeks to live with its shadow more calmly. So let us leave them there. Orpheus with his lyre, Heracles with his strength, Theseus bound in silence, Odysseus gazing at shades. Each touched the realm of Hades, each returned with wisdom, each revealed a truth. The living may descend, but they cannot remain. The laws of the underworld are eternal, and its king waits with patience. Heroes may test those laws, but in the end, they too must bow. When we think of the Olympian gods, we imagine temples rising in marble, processions of worshippers, hymns and sacrifices, festivals filled with joy. Zeus thundered from high peaks, Athena guided cities, Dionysus was celebrated in ecstatic rites. Yet for Hades, the picture was different. He was not a god of crowded altars or cheerful song. His name was avoided, his presence whispered rather than invoked. He was not loved, but he was honoured in silence through careful ritual and fearful respect. Worship of Hades was unlike that of any other god, and it reveals how the Greeks balanced reverence with dread. Hades did not have many temples. In fact, his cult was sparse compared to the other Olympians. This was not because he lacked importance, but because he was too important, too dangerous, too close. Mortals hesitated to build monuments that might draw his attention. To call upon him was to call upon death itself, and that was not something most people wished to hasten. When offerings were made, they were often made in secret, at night, and sometimes beneath the earth. Sacrifices were carried out with heads turned away, as if even the act of giving must be shielded from his gaze. Yet there were shrines. At Eleusis, where Demeter and Persephone were honoured, Hades under his gentler name, Pluton, was part of the mysteries. Here he was not feared as destroyer, but acknowledged as partner in the cycle of fertility. At Elis in the Peloponnese, he was worshipped at a sanctuary opened only once a year, when sacrifices were made in hushed solemnity. In southern Italy and Sicily, regions with rich soils and deep connections to grain, Hades and Persephone were invoked together, their dual rule over death and life intertwined. His worship often carried the mark of euphemism. To avoid saying his true name, Greeks referred to him as the Unseen One, the host of many, or Pluton, the giver of wealth. Language softened the edges of fear. Euphemism is, after all, a human defence, a way of acknowledging what we dread without naming it directly. Just as today we speak of passing away rather than dying, the Greeks spoke of Pluton instead of Hades. The avoidance itself was a form of worship, an act of recognition that silence can be as sacred as praise. The offerings given to him were also distinctive. While most gods received libations poured upward, toward the sky, Hades received libations poured down into the earth. Honey, milk, and blood seeped into the soil as gifts to the god below. Black animals were sacrificed in his honour, their blood spilled into pits. The rituals were not meant to celebrate him, but to appease him, to ensure that he remained distant, that the dead remained quiet, that the natural order remained unbroken. This form of worship reveals much about Greek attitudes toward death. They did not deny it, nor did they embrace it with joy. They treated it with solemn respect, hedged with caution. Hades was not a god to be ignored, but neither was he one to be invited. He was the inevitable, and so his cult was quiet, measured, and restrained. To worship him was to accept the reality of mortality, to acknowledge that beneath life there is always shadow. The Eleusinian mysteries gave Hades a place of particular importance. Though Demeter and Persephone were the central figures, Hades was the unseen partner. His role in Persephone's descent and return made him essential to the ritual drama. Initiates who participated were promised a better fate in the afterlife, a gentler path in his realm. What that meant precisely we do not know, for the secrets were never written, but we can imagine that by honouring Hades as Ploton, by acknowledging his part in the cycle, worshippers felt they had secured not only fertility for their fields, but also comfort for their souls. Archaeological evidence supports this sense of cautious worship. In graves across Greece and Italy, small tablets have been found, inscribed with prayers to Persephone and Plouton. Some offer instructions for the soul, guiding it to the right springs and paths, ensuring safe passage. These Orphic tablets often urge the soul to declare itself a child of earth and starry heaven, destined for more than the asphodel meadows. To carry such a tablet was to acknowledge Hades' power and to prepare for his judgment. It was worship carried beyond life, a passport into the shadowed kingdom. Fear, however, was never far from reverence. Hades was imagined as stern and unbending, and his presence was not welcome at festivals of joy. To toast him at a feast would have been unthinkable. He was honoured instead at funerals, at gravesides, in rituals of mourning. His worship was entwined with sorrow. But even sorrow carried respect, for the Greeks saw in mourning a recognition of the natural order. They wept, but they also offered. They grieved, but they also appeased. In their tears, Hades was present. There are hints of personal devotion as well. Some individuals may have prayed to him for vengeance, for justice against wrongs that mortal courts couldn't right. For Hades was not only lord of death, but also guarantor of justice beyond life. In such prayers, he was invoked not as Pluton, the wealth-bringer, but as the stern king who oversaw the balance of souls. To ask his help was dangerous, but sometimes danger was necessary. In comedy, Hades could be mocked lightly, as in Aristophanes' Frogs, where his realm becomes the stage for parody. But even here, the laughter was nervous. To make sport of the god of death was to admit fear. The audience laughed, but with unease, knowing that the shadow they joked about would one day fall on them too. Comedy gave them a way to look sidelong at dread, to soften it without denying it. In that way, even mockery was a form of acknowledgement, another mask of worship. When we look at the worship of Hades in contrast with that of other gods, its difference becomes stark. Zeus demanded sacrifice for protection, Poseidon for safe passage, Athena for wisdom, Aphrodite for love. Hades asked for nothing, yet received everything in the end. He was not a god one courted for favours. He was a god one prepared for, a god one appeased quietly, a god one accepted as inevitable. His worship was less about asking and more about acknowledging. It was, in a sense, worship by resignation. The Romans inherited this pattern, softening his image further under the name Pluto. In Roman times, he was associated more closely with riches than with dread. Temples to Pluto appeared where resources were mined, where wealth was drawn from the soil. Yet even then, the shadow lingered. To invoke him was to think of death, to remember mortality, to recognise the limits of human striving. Wealth and death remained bound together. In the Greek imagination, worship and fear could not be separated. To honour Hades was to fear him, and to fear him was to honour him. He was the god of boundaries, of endings, of the line no one could cross twice. To pour libations into the earth was to acknowledge that the ground beneath nourished life, but also swallowed it. To offer black animals was to admit that darkness is as sacred as light. To whisper his name as Pluto was to soften dread with gentleness. Picture then the rituals. At night, by torchlight, mourners gather at a grave. Libations are poured, the soil drinks. A prayer is spoken softly, perhaps not naming Hades directly, but knowing he hears. The family departs in silence, leaving offerings for the unseen god. No feast, no song, only quiet respect. Or imagine the halls of Eleusis, where initiates file in, the air filled with secrecy. They reenact the descent of Persephone, honour the cycle of loss and return, and in the shadows, Plotin is present, not as villain, but as partner in the eternal rhythm. Such worship may seem strange to us, so restrained, so marked by avoidance. Yet it reveals something deeply human. To live is to know that death awaits. To worship Hades was not to love him, but to admit that truth. The Greeks faced mortality not with denial, but with ritual. They gave it shape, they gave it honour, they gave it silence. And in doing so, they found a way to live more fully, knowing that every harvest, every coin, every breath was borrowed time. Thus the worship of Hades was unlike that of any other god. It was cautious, fearful, whispered, restrained. But it was real and it endured, shaping how the Greeks buried their dead, how they tended their fields, how they imagined their fate. He was the god of silence, and so they honoured him in silence. He was the god of inevitability, and so they honoured him with inevitability. Worship and fear were one, bound together as inseparably as life and death. The Greeks saw their gods not as abstractions, but as distinct personalities, each with powers and temperaments that explained the world around them. Hades, though often silent, was as essential to their worldview as Zeus or Poseidon. Yet when we place him beside the rulers of death from other cultures, or even beside his Roman counterpart Pluto, the uniqueness of his character becomes clearer. The Greeks imagined the underworld not as torment without end, nor as paradise reserved for the chosen, but as a realm of inevitability, balance, and order. To understand Hades fully, it helps to see him in contrast with others. Among the Egyptians, for instance, the figure who presided over death was Osiris. His myth told of betrayal and resurrection, of a god slain by his brother Set and restored by the devotion of Isis. Osiris became the judge of the dead, seated upon his throne in green skin as a symbol of rebirth. The Egyptians imagined the afterlife as a mirror of life, fertile and abundant, so long as the soul proved worthy. To reach Osiris, the deceased heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the principle of truth. A heart lighter than the feather allowed entrance into fields of plenty. A heart heavy with sin was devoured by a monster. Its existence ended forever. Here judgment was absolute, a weighing of moral worth, a trial that determined eternal fate. The Greek vision was not so stark. Their dead did not face annihilation. They were not granted endless bliss, except in rare cases. Instead, most drifted into the meadows of asphodel, pale and neutral, living in shadow rather than in torment or paradise. The judges of the underworld weighed deeds, yes, but the scale of judgment was less about morality and more about destiny, about where a soul belonged in the structure of things. Hades himself was not the judge, but the king who presided. He did not weigh hearts, he did not devour the guilty. He kept order, and order for the Greeks was more important than extremes of reward or punishment. The Norse imagined their dead in yet another way. Hel, the goddess who ruled the underworld of the same name, was half alive and half corpse, her body divided between beauty and decay. She was grim, but she was not purely malevolent. Her hall received those who did not die in battle. Warriors slain with weapons went to Odin's Valhalla, while the rest, the majority, went to Hel. The Norse, like the Greeks, recognized that most lives are ordinary. Not everyone dies in glory. And so Hel's realm was a place of rest, not torment, though later Christian influence darkened her image. Hades resembles Hel in this balance. Not a devil, but a ruler who governs the natural destination of most souls. Both gods represent inevitability more than judgment. When the Greeks spoke of Hades, they did not imagine fire or brimstone. Those ideas came later, from other traditions. Their underworld was dim, cool, full of shadow, but not filled with endless torment. Punishments in Tartarus were reserved for cosmic offenders. Titans, giants, those who challenged the gods directly. For mortals, the afterlife was more subdued. To live well might bring Elysium. To live wickedly might bring Tartarus. But for most, the afterlife was neither. It was simply continuation in shadow. In this way, Hades stands apart from Osiris, who presided over moral judgment, and from later visions of Hel, which focused on punishment. The Greek underworld was less about sin and more about inevitability. The Romans inherited Hades but reshaped him. They called him Pluto, from Pluton, the wealth bringer. Over time, his image softened further. The Romans associated him not only with death, but with riches, especially those drawn from the soil. Mines, agriculture, and fertility fell under his sphere. As Roman religion evolved, Pluto became a figure less feared and more honoured. He was invoked in rituals of abundance, thanked for grain and treasure. His role as grim king receded into the background, overshadowed by his identity as a giver of prosperity. Even the name Pluto travelled forward into modern times, eventually lending itself to the distant planet, cold and shadowed yet glimmering. In this way, the Roman Pluto shows how cultures can shift emphasis, turning fear into reverence, shadow into wealth. Hades also contrasts sharply with Zeus and Poseidon. His brothers were loud, dramatic, and endlessly entangled with mortals. Zeus hurled thunderbolts, took lovers, punished rivals. Poseidon raised storms, shook the earth, quarrelled with heroes. Hades, by contrast, remained in his domain. He did not pursue mortals, except for Persephone. He did not rage across the world. He ruled quietly, with dignity. In this difference lies his power. He did not need to prove himself, for all souls came to him eventually. He was patient, and patience is stronger than force. His brothers might win worship through spectacle, but Hades won it through inevitability. Even within Greek religion itself, Hades was set apart. Most gods demanded sacrifice in exchange for favour. Hades demanded nothing, yet received everything. All mortals, willing or unwilling, ended in his halls. His cult was small not because he was weak, but because he was too great, too near, too inevitable. To honour him directly was to admit one's own mortality. And so he was honoured indirectly, through euphemisms, through rituals of burial, through the cycle of agriculture. In contrast to other gods, who were courted for their gifts, Hades was acknowledged for his presence. He was not petitioned for blessings. He was accepted as fact. In literature, these contrasts are clear. When Odysseus descends to the underworld in Homer, he finds not torment, but shades, whispering faintly. When Virgil's Aeneas descends, the Roman vision expands to include detailed punishments and rewards, reflecting Rome's more structured moral view. When philosophers later discussed the soul, they drew on Hades as a symbol of continuity, while Egyptian thought offered symbols of judgment. Each culture reflected its own priorities. For the Greeks, balance and inevitability mattered most. For Egyptians, justice and renewal. For Romans, wealth and prosperity. For Norsemen, battle and honour. Hades' uniqueness lies in his quietness. He does not shout, he does not rage, he does not moralise, he sits, he waits, he governs. In him the Greeks saw not a judge of morality, nor a punisher, nor a giver of endless reward, but the face of necessity itself. He was the god who reminded them that life is brief, that death is universal, that the soil beneath both nourishes and consumes. In this way, Hades is less dramatic, but more profound than many gods. He represents not hope or fear alone, but the inescapable rhythm that underlies all existence. Imagine for a moment how this difference shaped daily life. An Egyptian might live mindful that his heart would be weighed against truth. A Norseman might live in hope of dying in battle to reach Valhalla. A Roman might honour Pluto for fertility and treasure. A Greek, thinking of Hades, lived with the awareness that all paths led to the same gate. This awareness bred a certain sobriety, but also a certain freedom. Since all would end in shadow, what mattered was how one lived before. Fame, honour, hospitality, the bonds of friendship, these gave life meaning, for death was certain and impartial. In contrast to the later Christian visions of hell, Hades was not a moral threat hanging over every choice. He was not eternal fire, but eternal shadow. He did not demand righteousness, but he did remind mortals of mortality. In this reminder lay wisdom. The Greeks laughed, loved, fought, and feasted, knowing that Hades was waiting. Their rituals, their myths, their dramas all acknowledged him. He was not central to their festivals, but he was central to their understanding of life. By contrasting him with other gods of death, we see his shape more clearly. Quiet, inevitable, impartial, patient. Picture him again, seated in his dark hall, Persephone at his side, judges before him, shades drifting beyond. Around him lie treasures of the earth, seeds swelling in darkness, veins of silver gleaming, gems buried in rock. He does not stir. He does not shout. He does not condemn. He simply reigns, the unseen one, the wealth bringer, the silent king. Against Osiris, against Hel, against Pluto, he stands unique. Less dramatic, but more certain, less fiery, but more enduring. And so the Greeks lived with Hades not as a terror, but as a truth. They feared him, yes, but they also honoured him, softened his name, and folded him into the cycles of their fields and lives. In contrast to other cultures, theirs was a vision not of final judgment, nor of endless torment, nor of glorious battle, but of balance, of inevitability, of shadow that gave light its meaning. And in that vision, they found a way to live fully. knowing always that the silent king waited below. When the Greeks spoke of Hades, they were not only whispering about a god who ruled beneath the earth, but also acknowledging the balance that quietly governed their lives. Hades was not the god of punishment, nor the bringer of chaos, nor the devil of later traditions. He was something more difficult, more inevitable, and perhaps more profound. He was the quiet measure of existence itself, the reminder that everything has a beginning and everything has an end, and that both halves of the pattern matter equally. His name carried weight, his presence carried fear, but in his patience and impartiality lay a truth the Greeks accepted as part of the natural order of life. He was never as dramatic as his brothers. Zeus, with his thunder, filled the sky with spectacle. Poseidon, with his storms, shook the seas and rattled the earth. Hades did not do such things. He remained where he was, steady and constant, silent but ever present. Yet while his brothers fought, quarrelled and schemed, Hades ruled a kingdom that never shrank. Every day his realm grew larger, for every day mortals passed from the world above into his care. He did not chase them, he did not lure them, he only waited, and in time he received them all. To the Greeks, this waiting was not weakness but power. For who can resist him? You may outrun a storm, you may defy a king, you may even defeat an enemy in battle, but no man, no woman, no hero escapes the final journey into his halls. Even the greatest mortals, Heracles, Achilles, Odysseus, all of them confronted him in story or in destiny. He is patient, and patience, the Greeks knew, is stronger than force. In Hades, they saw inevitability clothed in the dignity of silence, yet they also saw balance. He was not only Hades, the stern ruler of the dead, he was also Pluton, the wealth bringer. The Greeks softened his name, not out of dishonesty, but out of recognition. Beneath the earth lay not only the dead, but also treasure. Seeds hidden in the soil rose as harvests. Silver veins glimmered in mines. Gems and stones sparkled where sunlight never reached. The ground was both grave and womb, both tomb and source. To call him Pluton was to honour the richness of the earth, to see that beneath death lies the promise of life renewed. The myth of Persephone expressed this rhythm perfectly. Each year she descended into shadow, and the earth above withered. Each year she returned, and the fields grew green again. Without her absence, there could be no return. Without Hades' claim, there could be no release. The Greeks understood this cycle not as metaphor alone, but as a daily truth. Their crops, their seasons, their festivals all mirrored the descent and return. Death and life were not enemies. They were partners, bound together in an eternal balance. The rituals of worship reflected this truth. Hades had few temples, but he had reverence. His sacrifices were given at night, in silence, with eyes averted. Black animals were chosen for him. Their blood poured into pits so it sank into the soil. Libations of honey, wine, and milk seeped into the ground as gifts to the unseen god. Unlike other Olympians, whose altars rose high, his offerings sank downward into the realm he governed. To honour him was not to call him up, but to acknowledge his place below. It was a different kind of worship, marked by caution, restraint, and respect. And yet, he was not feared as cruel. The Greeks did not imagine him as a tormentor. Punishments of the wicked were carried out in Tartarus, overseen by other figures, while most souls drifted in the meadows, pale but unharmed. Hades did not strike them down. He received them, kept them, governed them. His role was not to invent suffering, but to ensure order. In this, he was almost bureaucratic, a cosmic official who oversaw the most unchanging aspect of life. His impartiality made him stern, but it also made him fair. That fairness gave the Greeks a strange comfort. In life, wealth and power tilted scales. Kings and generals enjoyed privilege, peasants endured hardship. But in Hades' halls, all were equal. Death came for all, and death treated all the same. The coin for Charon's ferry cost no more for a king than for a beggar. Cerberus guarded the gates without asking rank. The judges weighed lives, but the king himself presided with impartial dignity. To know this was to know that the universe had some justice, even if it was silent and shadowed. The Greeks showed this acceptance in their stories. In Homer, when Odysseus descended, he met Achilles among the shades. Achilles admitted he would rather be the lowest servant among the living than a king among the dead. Yet still, he remained there, part of the order that could not be broken. Heracles dragged Cerberus up, but only with Hades' permission, and returned him quickly. Orpheus pleaded for Eurydice, and for a moment Hades relented, but when the condition was broken, he held fast to law. These tales taught that even gods could bend, but Hades didn't break. His laws were constant, and constancy was his strength. No myth tells of Hades overthrown. The Titans were bound, the giants defeated, the Olympians quarrelled among themselves, but none sought to challenge the king of the dead. To do so would have been pointless. Death cannot be conquered by battle. It must be accepted. This silence in myth is telling. The Greeks did not imagine victory over mortality. They imagined dignity in its face. Hades embodied that dignity. Even comedy, when it mocked him, did so gently. In Aristophanes' plays, the underworld became a stage for parody, and Hades a stiff, gloomy figure easy to poke fun at. But the laughter was nervous, the humour edged with fear. To joke about him was to acknowledge him, to soften dread with jest. Much as we tell dark jokes today to cope with the inevitable, so too did the Greeks. And perhaps Hades himself, in his silence, allowed it. For every joke was still a reminder that he waited. Roman tradition softened him further. They called him Pluto and emphasized his role as giver of wealth. Temples were raised in his honor, especially in places rich with mines or fertile soil. Yet even then, his shadow remained. Wealth and death were never far apart. The same ground that produced abundance also swallowed the body. To invoke Pluto was to ask for prosperity, but also to remember mortality. The Romans turned him toward riches, but the Greeks never forgot his silence. Imagine him now in his hall of stone. Persephone sits beside him, her crown faintly gleaming, her eyes calm. Around them drift the rivers, each with its sound, Lethe with its sigh of forgetting, Phlegethon with its fiery roar, Acheron with its groan of sorrow. Judges sit in patience. Cerberus guards the gates, 3 heads lifting in the dark. Charon rows endlessly, his oar dipping into silent water. Souls wander the meadows. Heroes rest in Elysium, the guilty endure Tartarus. The kingdom is vast, but it is ordered, and at its centre sits Hades, unmoving, unchanging, eternal. This was the vision the Greeks lived with. They did not love him, but they respected him. They did not call his name often, but they acknowledged him in ritual, in burial, in silence. He was the unseen constant, the shadow that gave definition to light. Without him, life would have no urgency. Without his halls, there would be no place for the dead. Without his balance, the cosmos itself would collapse. He was the quiet axis around which life turned. And so, when we close his story, it is not with finality, but with rhythm. For Hades is not the end. He is the measure that ensures every end has meaning. The Greeks did not imagine him raging, nor smiling, nor plotting. They imagined him seated waiting, patient as stone, constant as soil. His silence was not emptiness, but presence. His stillness was not weakness, but strength. This is the eternal balance, life and death, growth and decay, silence and sound. The Greeks accepted it, feared it, and honoured it in equal measure. Hades was not adored, but he was necessary. He was not cheered, but he was inevitable. And in inevitability lies truth. The shadowed god remains, waiting as he always has, reminding us that in silence there is meaning, in ending there is order, and in death there is the balance that makes life precious. Settle yourself now. Let your thoughts quieten like a tide going out to sea. Tonight, we turn to the beginning of a story that is as old as the rocks, the waves, and the thunder beneath our feet. The story of Poseidon, the god of the sea. But as with all gods in Greek myth, his beginning was not in calm waters, but in storms of family betrayal, cosmic power struggles, and just a touch of parental neglect. Poseidon was one of 6 children born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea. The Titans, in the Greek imagination, were colossal beings, embodiments of primal forces. Cronus, his father, was the youngest of the 12 Titans, and he was not precisely what you would call a trusting sort. Having overthrown his own father, Uranus, Cronus received a prophecy of his own, that one of his children would one day overthrow him. In fairness, when your family tree is essentially one long chain of betrayals and coups, paranoia is rather understandable. So Cronus did what many ancient tyrants did when faced with the prospect of rebellion. He eliminated the competition. Unfortunately for his children, this meant swallowing them whole. Not symbolically, not exiling them or keeping them locked up in some tower. He literally swallowed them, one by one, as they were born. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades and Poseidon all found themselves swallowed alive. It was less a family home, more a sort of divine stomach prison. The Greeks loved these images of reversal and disorder. The womb replaced by a stomach, creation replaced with consumption. To them, it was more than cruelty. It was a reminder that order and chaos were always fighting for control of the world. Not every child met the same fate, however. When the youngest Zeus was born, Rhea had had quite enough of her husband's eating habits. She spirited Zeus away to a cave in Crete, and, in his place, offered Cronus a swaddled stone. Cronus, not being the brightest star in the heavens, swallowed the rock without suspicion. One imagines this made for a rather crunchy meal. Zeus grew to manhood in hiding, and when the time came, he returned to challenge his father. With the help of his grandmother Gaia, and a potion supplied by the goddess Metis, Cronus was forced to disgorge his swallowed children. Out spilled Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, alive and understandably quite cross about the whole business. From this peculiar beginning, the 3 brothers, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, became the great powers of the cosmos. But before that division came the Titanomachy, the great war between the younger Olympian gods and the older Titans. Poseidon fought alongside his brothers in that cosmic conflict, armed with the trident crafted for him by the Cyclopes. Now, you might imagine a trident as a simple 3-pronged spear, useful for spearing fish. In mythology, however, it was something else entirely. A divine weapon capable of shaking the earth and stirring the seas into fury. To the Greeks, who lived in a land regularly shaken by earthquakes, and dependent upon seas that could turn treacherous without warning, this made perfect sense. What better weapon for the god of the sea than one that could command the chaos of nature itself? When the war was won, the 3 brothers cast lots to decide their domains. Zeus received the sky, Hades the underworld, and Poseidon, fittingly, the sea. Some versions of the myth note that Poseidon was not entirely pleased with this division. After all, the sky seemed brighter and more glorious, while the sea was unpredictable, stormy, and dark. But to the Greeks, who depended upon the sea for trade, travel, and sustenance, Poseidon's domain was nothing less than vital. Without the sea, there was no Greece. It is important to pause here, because Poseidon's character makes much more sense when we understand the Greek relationship with the sea. Ancient Greece was not a single unified land, but a collection of rocky peninsulas and islands scattered across the Aegean. Travel by land was slow and difficult. Travel by water, though dangerous, was essential. Every fisherman setting out in a fragile wooden boat, every merchant braving foreign shores, every army crossing to raid or conquer, all looked to Poseidon. But the sea was not simply a road. It was also a destroyer. A sudden storm could smash ships against the rocks. A calm wind could trap you in place until your supplies ran out. To the Greeks, the sea was alive, moody, and deeply unpredictable. And so they made sacrifices to Poseidon, hoping to soothe his temper. He was not only god of the sea, but also the earth-shaker. This is another reflection of Greek life. The Aegean region lies in one of the most earthquake-prone zones of the world. Ancient temples, houses, and cities often collapsed under sudden tremors. The Greeks, lacking geological science, attributed these quakes to Poseidon's trident striking the earth in anger. Thus, he was a god of double force, the swelling sea and the trembling land. Poseidon himself is an interesting character in the myths, powerful, temperamental, and proud. Unlike his brother Zeus, who was forever chasing after mortal women, or Hades, who stayed brooding in his underworld, Poseidon is portrayed as unpredictable, easily offended, and quick to vengeance. This suited his natural domain. Sailors never quite knew whether the sea would favour them or destroy them. Poseidon was the embodiment of that uncertainty. Yet the Greeks also saw him as a god of fertility and creation. His link with horses, an odd pairing you might think, until you realise that horses were the most powerful and prestigious animals the Greeks knew, gave him a creative side. The myth runs that Poseidon struck the earth with his trident and brought forth the first horse. He was both destroyer and giver of life, much like the waves that could drown you one day and carry your ship safely the next. In later myths, Poseidon takes Amphitrite, a sea goddess, as his wife. She was not especially eager at first. In fact, she fled his advances. But eventually they were reconciled, and together they ruled the ocean's depths. Their children included Triton, the merman with a conch shell, and a host of other beings who populated the sea in Greek imagination. But that is to skip ahead. In this first stage of Poseidon's story, what we see most clearly is the pattern of the Greek gods themselves. Born into violence, shaped by rebellion, and placed into roles that reflected the natural world around their worshippers, one cannot help but imagine, perhaps with a wry smile, what it must have been like inside Cronus' stomach during those years. Did Poseidon, Hades, and the others chat quietly while waiting to be freed? Did they wonder what had gone wrong in their family? It is a dark image, but the Greeks themselves often told it with a certain dry absurdity. After all, these were not tales meant to be clinical history. They were stories told aloud, by firelight or at feasts, to explain the world and to entertain. And in that sense, Cronus' poor digestion provided a very memorable beginning to the story of the sea god. If we step back from the myth and look at it historically, there is something recognisably human in these stories. In many ancient cultures, younger generations overthrowing older rulers was a repeating theme. The Greek myths gave cosmic form to this pattern. Just as kings and city-states rose and fell in human life, so too did gods replace their fathers and take their place. Poseidon, Zeus, and Hades, therefore, were not just divine characters, but reflections of the constant cycle of power in the human world. And so, in this first chapter, we find Poseidon emerging from darkness, born of betrayal, freed from his father's belly, armed with a trident that could command the world's most fearsome forces, and given dominion over the restless seas. His story, like the waves, would rise and fall with tempests, rivalries, and uneasy peace. But before we drift further into the storm of his myths, the contests, the monsters, and the quarrels, we pause here, letting the sea rest in our imagination. The sound of waves, eternal, rocking us gently towards sleep. Poseidon has been born, and his trident gleams, ready to stir the waters of history. When we last left Poseidon, he had been rather unceremoniously swallowed by his father, spent some uncomfortable years in divine indigestion, and finally spilled back out into the world alongside his siblings. Hardly the most dignified beginning, but the Greeks rarely gave their gods smooth starts. Now freed, the children of Cronus faced a world still ruled by the Titans, the older generation of gods who had shaped the cosmos since the dawn of time. The stage was set for one of the greatest battles in mythology, the Titanomachy, the war between the old order and the new. It is difficult to imagine what such a war looked like, and perhaps that is the point. The poets and storytellers never described it with the neat ranks of mortal armies or the simple clash of spears. They spoke instead of elemental violence, mountains hurled like pebbles, thunder cracking the sky, rivers boiling, and the very earth shaking under divine feet. Poseidon, trident in hand, stood beside his brothers Zeus and Hades in this struggle, the three united against their father and his generation. It was no family quarrel. It was a cosmic reshaping, the passing of power from one age to another. The Cyclopes, grateful to be freed from their imprisonment in Tartarus, forged weapons for the brothers. Zeus received the thunderbolt, that great flash of divine authority which would forever be his symbol. Hades was given a helm of invisibility, allowing him to move unseen even among gods. And Poseidon, of course, received the trident. It was more than a spear. In the hands of a god, it was a device that could split rock, stir oceans, and send shock waves through the crust of the earth. To later Greeks, accustomed to tremors shaking their homes and seas rising in sudden tempests, the symbolism was painfully clear. The very disasters they feared were nothing less than Poseidon's weapon at work. The war raged for 10 years. For a decade, the cosmos was unbalanced, caught in a struggle between the Titans and the Olympians. Ancient poets told of the Titans hurling mountains across the sky, and of the Olympians fighting back with storm and flame. Poseidon's role is less frequently detailed than Zeus's, but we can imagine him casting his trident into the churning seas, raising monstrous waves to crash against Titan strongholds. And though the stories are myth, they speak to the way the Greeks viewed natural catastrophe. An earthquake that split the ground, a tidal wave sweeping away a coast, a thunderstorm roaring overhead. All of these were remembered as echoes of that first great war. Eventually the younger gods triumphed. Cronus and the Titans were cast down, bound, and hurled into Tartarus, that deepest abyss of the underworld. The world was theirs, but having won it, they faced the difficult question of what to do with it. Who would rule? How would power be divided? It is a question that has plagued victorious allies throughout history. One thinks of the division of empires after great wars, or the uneasy treaties between once allied states. The Greeks projected the same dilemma onto their gods. The Olympians could not all reign together in harmony. Such is not the way of myths. There had to be roles, territories, boundaries. And so the three brothers drew lots. To Zeus fell the sky, that vast realm of clouds, thunder, and sunlit heights. To Hades fell the underworld, a shadowy kingdom of the dead. And to Poseidon fell the sea, endless, unpredictable, and profoundly necessary. Some versions of the myth suggest Poseidon was not entirely pleased with this outcome. The sea, after all, was treacherous and unstable, whereas the sky seemed to glitter with brilliance and authority. Hades received a kingdom all his own, where no one could question his sovereignty. Poseidon's realm, meanwhile, was constantly crashing against the shores of his brother's domain, never quite still, never quite certain. Yet it was his lot, and from that moment forward, the sea belonged to him. Here, the myths touch something deeply true about Greek life. Unlike the landlocked peoples of other regions, the Greeks were bound to the sea. Their world was a scattering of rocky peninsulas and islands that stretched like stepping stones across the Aegean. Travel by land was slow and awkward, but the sea offered highways, dangerous ones, but highways nonetheless. Every ship setting sail from Corinth or Athens, every fisherman daring the waves at dawn, every trader bound for Egypt or Sicily, knew they were placing themselves in Poseidon's hands. To live as a Greek was to depend upon the sea for life, wealth, and survival, and at the same time to fear its sudden moods. In Poseidon, they saw the embodiment of that paradox. Even earthquakes were tied to his name. The Greeks called him the Earth Shaker. Living as they did in one of the most seismically active regions of the world, they could hardly ignore the tremors that rattled their homes, cracked their temples, and toppled their city walls. Today, we may reach for geology textbooks and tectonic plates. They reached for myth. The ground quaked because Poseidon, restless, struck the earth with his trident. It was an explanation as terrifying as it was satisfying, not a meaningless accident, but the work of a god, angry or impatient. Poseidon's trident itself became one of the most famous symbols in mythology. It was often imagined stirring the seas into storm or splitting the ground with a single strike. Later art, from pottery to sculpture, never failed to depict him holding it proudly. It was, in a sense, his identity, as Zeus had his thunderbolt and Hades his dark helm. To the Greeks, gods were not abstractions. They were beings with visible, recognizable traits, and Poseidon without his trident would have seemed incomplete. Yet there is also a more curious side to Poseidon's new role. He was not merely a god of destruction. The myths often describe him as a giver as well. He was linked to horses, for reasons that might strike us as odd at first. But to the Greeks, who valued horses as symbols of power, prestige, and speed, the connection made sense. One myth tells that Poseidon, striking the earth with his trident, brought forth the first horse. Others describe him as a tamer of steeds, their divine patron. Perhaps there was some practical association too. The rolling waves compared to galloping horses, the sea imagined as a herd of creatures charging endlessly against the shore. What is clear is that Poseidon's realm was vast and complex. It was not simply the sea as water, but all that the sea represented: travel, danger, trade, fertility, destruction, and creation. His temperament matched it. Unlike Zeus, who clung to order, or Hades, who ruled in silence, Poseidon was moody. Sailors never knew whether he would favour them or wreck them. He was both protector and punisher, saviour and destroyer. In him, the Greeks saw the contradictions of their own world reflected back. The division of the cosmos into 3 realms also speaks to a larger Greek worldview. They believed in balance: sky, sea, and underworld, each ruled by a brother, none able to dominate entirely. It was a fragile balance, to be sure, but it was balance nonetheless. And within that framework, Poseidon was essential. Without him, the sea would have no master, no explanation. His domain might not have seemed as glorious as the sky, or as sovereign as the underworld, but it was unavoidable. The Greeks could not ignore the sea, and therefore they could not ignore Poseidon. One imagines, perhaps with a small smile, the moment of drawing lots. Did Zeus cough politely and suggest he had shuffled fairly? Did Hades sigh and accept his gloomy fate without complaint? Did Poseidon raise an eyebrow at the endless salt-water domain now laid upon him? Myths do not answer these questions, but they leave room for us to wonder. And the humour of divine family politics is never far from the surface. The gods, after all, were mirrors of human society. Brothers argued, power was divided uneasily, and luck played its role. With the Titanomachy concluded and the cosmos divided, Poseidon settled into his role. He would build a palace of coral and gold beneath the waves, populate his realm with sea creatures both wondrous and terrifying, and begin the long history of quarrels, rivalries, and adventures that would define his myth. But even here at the beginning, we already sense his nature. He is restless, powerful, and unpredictable. The sea made flesh, with all its beauty and danger. The Greeks, telling these stories by lamplight or in crowded marketplaces, must have looked to the horizon and felt the truth of them. The sea was never far away, and it was never tame. To explain its moods, to imagine a god wielding a trident and shaking the earth, was not only poetry, it was survival. And so Poseidon, once a child swallowed in fear, emerged from war as a king, his throne set not in the sky nor in the earth below, but in the shifting, rolling, eternal waters of the world. When the cosmos had been divided and the lots drawn, Poseidon was given dominion over the sea. It was not the tidy realm that Zeus claimed in the heavens, nor the enclosed kingdom that Hades received beneath the earth. The sea was endless, shifting, and unpredictable. To rule it was to hold power over something that could never truly be mastered. It was a gift of majesty and a burden of restlessness. And perhaps this is why Poseidon came to be remembered as a god with moods as changeable as the waters he commanded. The poets imagined that he established his home in a palace beneath the waves, a hall of coral and gleaming stone with silver rooftops and gates of pearl. Dolphins played in its courtyards. Hippocamps, half horse, half fish, drew his chariot across the waters, and his son Triton blew a conch shell to calm or stir the tides. If Zeus's throne on Mount Olympus was a beacon of lofty authority, Poseidon's palace was a majesty hidden in the depths, mysterious and unreachable, like the sea itself. Of course, no mortal ever saw such a place. The Greeks described it as a way of explaining the unknown. What lay beneath the waves, in the vast dark that swallowed ships and treasures, had to be filled with something. And what better than the hall of a god, gleaming just out of reach? For sailors staring at the horizon, the thought of Poseidon watching was both reassuring and a little unnerving. His most famous emblem, the trident, was everywhere. To a fisherman it was a tool, but in Poseidon's hands it was no ordinary spear. With it he could raise storms, split rocks, or shake the earth until cities fell. Earthquakes, so common in Greece, were seen as his strikes against the ground. Storms that dashed ships against rocks were his anger, and a calm sea his fleeting generosity. Just as Zeus was never depicted without his thunderbolt, Poseidon was never imagined without his trident. It was the very essence of his power, as much a part of him as the waves themselves. But the sea was more than a destroyer. It was also bountiful. It gave fish to coastal villages, it linked distant lands, and it carried ships laden with goods. Wine, olive oil, pottery, and grain crossed the Aegean to enrich city-states. Homer himself called it the wine-dark sea, glowing with strange colours under the sun. The Greeks both feared and loved it, just as they feared and honoured Poseidon. This duality shaped Greek identity. Unlike the Egyptians, bound together by the Nile, or the Mesopotamians, whose rivers ran steady through their plains, the Greeks had no single river to unite them. Instead, they were tied together by the sea. Islands and peninsulas were like stepping stones, and every road eventually led to water. The sea was at once the lifeline and the danger. To worship Poseidon was not optional. It was a necessity of survival. His symbols went beyond the trident. Horses, for instance, were tied to his name. In some stories he created the first horse by striking the earth with his trident. In others, he tamed them and was their divine protector. At first, horses and sea gods seem an odd pairing, but the Greeks often spoke of waves as if they were creatures, white-maned and galloping endlessly against the shore. Horses also represented wealth and prestige, and dedicating them to Poseidon was a mark of respect. In fact, one of the stranger offerings made to him was the drowning of horses in the sea. Grim, but thought appropriate for a god who ruled both land and water. Dolphins, on the other hand, softened his image. Sailors saw them leaping beside their ships and took them as signs of Poseidon's favour. While Zeus had his eagle and Athena her owl, Poseidon had dolphins, playful and loyal companions of the deep. In artwork, they swim beside his chariot or carry nereids across the waves. They were proof that Poseidon could be kind as well as cruel, yet his myths often emphasized destruction. In one tale, he and Apollo built the walls of Troy for King Laomedon, only to be cheated of payment. Poseidon responded by sending a sea monster against the city. The story is more than a warning about broken contracts. It reflects the Greek truth that no city wall, no matter how strong, was beyond the reach of the sea. Flood, quake, and storm could undo stone more quickly than any army. The title Earthshaker shows just how broad his reach was. Greece lies on restless fault lines, and temples and towns alike were levelled by sudden tremors. The Greeks had no science of tectonics. They had Poseidon. His trident striking the ground explained what they could not otherwise understand. Sacrifices to him were made not just by sailors, but by kings and farmers, hoping to calm the tremors beneath their feet. Still, he was not always wrathful. Poseidon also granted calm passages, guided ships to safety, and blessed cities with wealth. His temples stood proudly across Greece, none more striking than the one at Cape Sunion. Even today, its white columns rise over the sea, visible for miles to sailors approaching Athens. Imagine an ancient crew spotting those columns at dawn, weary, hungry, and suddenly reminded that the god of the sea had not forgotten them. The humour of his character lies in his moods. Sailors might offer sacrifices, pour out wine, and beg for favour, but ultimately it depended on whether Poseidon was in the mood to be generous. Did he wake gently, stirring only a mild breeze? Or did some slight, perhaps a forgotten offering, or simply poor timing, provoke him to whip up a storm? His nature was as uncertain as the waters he ruled. In myth, Poseidon rode in a chariot drawn by seahorses, the waters parting before him. Wherever he passed, the waves fell silent, awed by his presence. It is a stirring image, the god not struggling against the sea but gliding above it in full command. For mortals, always vulnerable to sudden winds and treacherous currents, the idea of such mastery was deeply compelling. Yet the myths remind us that only Poseidon held that power. Mortals might survive by luck or prayer, but they could never control the waves. His realm was therefore a paradox. His palace glittered beneath the waves, yet his trident could topple cities. His dolphins were playful, yet his earthquakes deadly. He could bless with calm or destroy with flood. In him, the Greeks saw the sea made flesh, dangerous, beautiful, and utterly beyond control. For the Greeks, every sound of waves against the rocks, every tremor of the earth, every sudden storm was a reminder of Poseidon's presence. To live with the sea at your doorstep was to live with the awareness of him. His power was not distant or abstract. It was immediate and unavoidable. And so, whether they prayed at his temples, carved tridents on their ships, or simply looked out to the horizon with respect, the Greeks never forgot the god of the sea, and as the waves rolled on, endlessly upon the shore, they believed they were hearing his voice, sometimes gentle, sometimes furious, but always alive. It meant that the world itself was breathing, and that a god moved restlessly within it. If Poseidon was lord of the sea, he was also master of quarrels. Few gods in Greek mythology were so quick to anger, or so reluctant to let a grudge fade. He carried himself with pride, and where pride led, arguments often followed. Among his many rivalries, and there were many, none is more famous or more revealing of the Greek imagination than his contest with Athena for the patronage of a city that would one day be called Athens. The setting of the story was the rocky land of Attica, a region without a god to call its protector. Its people, so the myth tells us, wished for a divine patron who would safeguard them, enrich them, and bless their city with prosperity. Two gods stepped forward, each eager to claim the prize. Poseidon, lord of the sea, with his trident and his rolling waves, and Athena, goddess of wisdom, skill, and strategy. Both were powerful, both ambitious, and both unwilling to yield. The quarrel had to be resolved through a contest, and the prize was nothing less than the heart of a people. Poseidon struck first, as suited his nature. He strode to the rocky Acropolis, and with a mighty blow of his trident, split the stone. From the cleft gushed forth a spring of water, bubbling up in dazzling display. The crowd of mortals gasped. Surely this was a gift beyond imagining, a source of life sprung from bare rock. But when they tasted it, their awe turned to confusion. The water was salty, briny as the sea itself. Dramatic, yes, spectacular certainly, but not especially useful for drinking or farming. In a land where every drop of fresh water mattered, Poseidon's gift was impressive to look at and disappointing to use. It was, in short, a very Poseidon gesture, magnificent but impractical. Then it was Athena's turn. She stepped forward, calm and deliberate, and planted a seed in the ground. From it grew a tree, the first olive. Its leaves shimmered silver green in the sunlight, and its fruit promised food, oil, and wood. modest compared to a gushing spring, yet infinitely more valuable. Olives could feed a household, oil could burn in lamps to light the night, and the wood could be shaped into tools and vessels. More than that, olive oil could be traded across seas, bringing wealth and influence to a people who possessed it. Athena's gift was quiet, humble, and practical, a gift for the long term, not the moment. The people judged Athena's offering superior. The city was named Athens in her honour, not Poseidonia. The goddess of wisdom became its patron, and the olive tree its symbol. Poseidon, however, was not a god to accept defeat gracefully. In some versions, enraged by his loss, he flooded the Attic plain in vengeance, sending waves across the land to remind mortals of the power they had slighted. In others, he withdrew in silence, storing the memory of the insult for centuries to come. One imagines him muttering darkly to himself, perhaps wondering why mortals preferred trees to salt water, as though such things were remotely comparable. The story has often been told with a touch of humour, and perhaps that is part of its appeal. Poseidon's gift was showy but impractical, while Athena's was simple and essential. The myth reflects a choice of values. Athens prided itself on wisdom, foresight, and strategy, qualities Athena embodied. Poseidon's salty spring symbolised brute force, tempestuous power, and sudden spectacle. The Athenians admired these qualities in sailors and warriors, but they did not wish them to define their city's soul. Yet the contest also reveals a deeper truth. Athens may have chosen Athena, but it could not ignore Poseidon. The city depended on both gods in different ways. Athena's olive trees covered the land of Attica, providing sustenance and trade. Amphorae of oil, stamped with Athenian symbols, travelled across the Mediterranean. Olive oil was poured out in sacrifices, rubbed onto the bodies of athletes, and stored in jars as wealth itself. Without Athena's tree, Athens would not have thrived. But Athens also lived by the sea. The port of Piraeus bustled with ships bringing grain from Egypt, timber from Macedonia, and goods from far-off lands. In the classical age, the Athenian navy ruled the Aegean. Swift triremes, rowed by citizens in tight ranks, carried the city's influence across the waters. Themistocles, one of Athens' shrewdest leaders, once argued that the salvation of the city lay not in its walls but in its fleet. And he was right. It was the ships that turned Athens into a naval empire, the sea that gave it power to face Persia, and Poseidon's realm that bore those ships forward. In that sense, the myth of the contest is less about victory and defeat, and more about balance. Athena gave Athens its mind, its strategy, its symbol of peace and prosperity. Poseidon gave it its reach, its ships, its power over the Aegean. The Athenians may have laughed at the saltwater spring and praised the olive, but they never neglected sacrifices to the sea god. His temple stood proudly at Sunion and other headlands, his name invoked whenever a voyage began. The city honoured Athena above all, but it never forgot that Poseidon was waiting, restless and moody, just beyond the horizon. The myth also connects directly to the landscape. On the Acropolis itself, visitors could see an ancient olive tree said to be the very one Athena had planted. And nearby was a saltwater pool called the Sea of Erechtheus, believed to be the mark of Poseidon's trident. These physical features were woven into the story. Myth was not distant fantasy, but part of the very ground underfoot. To stand on the Acropolis was to stand at the place where gods had struck the earth. The tree and the spring were proof, living and eternal, that Athens was shaped by both Athena and Poseidon. Historically, the choice of Athena also made sense. Olive trees grew naturally in the stony soil of Attica, thriving where other crops failed. They endured drought, lived for centuries, and became symbols of endurance. The Athenians built their wealth on olive oil, trading it for grain and goods. To them, Athena's gift was not just a myth, but an explanation of their fortune. Poseidon's spring, by contrast, represented the other half of their reality. The sea, endless and salty, dangerous but necessary. The myth encapsulated the dual identity of Athens, land of wisdom and craft, yet always tied to the sea. Poseidon's quarrel with Athena did not end there. The rivalry continued in the myths of kings and heroes. Some versions tell that Erechtheus, an early king of Athens, fought against Poseidon's son Eumolpus, who claimed the land by right. Their battle ended with Erechtheus's death, and the Athenians built him a tomb on the Acropolis itself, near the salt spring of Poseidon. Thus, their rivalry was not only divine, but political, shaping stories of kingship and succession. And Poseidon, being who he was, found rivals elsewhere too. He fought Hera for Argos, Apollo for Delphi, even Zeus for the island of Aegina. He seemed unwilling to stay within his boundaries, forever eager to assert himself. But nowhere was his rivalry so symbolic as in Athens. There, Athena's victory became a story told for generations, a reminder of what the city valued most. Still, one cannot help but smile at the irony. Athens declared itself the city of Athena, yet it built a fleet that depended on Poseidon. It crowned victors with olive wreaths, yet its empire was forged on the sea. In a way, the city lived in constant negotiation between the two gods, just as the myth described. Wisdom and sea power, olive and salt, land and water. Athens was shaped by all of them. The rivalry, then, is not only a story of defeat, but of coexistence. The olive tree grew, the salt spring bubbled, and both were sacred. Athena may have been chosen, but Poseidon left his mark as well. His trident struck the rock, and the scar remained. Athena's tree offered peace, but the restless sea was never far away. The Athenians understood that their city needed both. And so, in this chapter of Poseidon's tale, we see him not only as lord of waves and shaker of the earth, but as a god whose pride could shape the fate of cities. His rivalry with Athena was not forgotten, for it was etched into stone, soil, and story. He may have lost the Acropolis, but he gained something else. A permanent place in the identity of Athens as rival, neighbour, and ever-present reminder of the sea's power. When one imagines Poseidon, it is natural to think of waves crashing against the shore, or of earthquakes shaking the earth. Yet the myths also remember him in quieter moments, not only as a destroyer, but as a builder. Strangely enough, one of his most famous tales is not about storms or shipwrecks, but about walls. City walls, to be exact. It is the story of Troy before the Trojan War, when Poseidon, the Earthshaker himself, put his hand to construction. The tale begins with a slight against the gods, for most of these stories do. King Laomedon ruled Troy in those days, and like many mortal kings, he was proud, ambitious, and not always wise when it came to dealing with immortals. In some accounts, he offended Zeus by boasting of his city's power. In others, he angered Apollo and Poseidon directly. Whatever the cause, the two gods found themselves punished by Zeus, compelled to serve Laomedon in disguise as humble labourers. It was a strange fate for gods, the archer god Apollo and the mighty sea lord Poseidon working like common masons. But the Greeks delighted in telling such stories, where the high and mighty were brought low, if only for a time. The task set for them was to build the walls of Troy. Day after day they worked, Apollo shaping the stones with divine precision, Poseidon lifting them with the strength of a god. Slowly the walls rose, massive and unyielding, destined to become famous centuries later when Homer sang of their fall. Even as slaves, the gods brought magnificence to the work. The stones fitted so tightly together that no blade of grass could grow between them. Mortals would later say that no human hand could have built such walls, and they were right. But when the work was finished, Laomedon committed a mistake that would echo through history. He refused to pay them. Whether out of arrogance, greed, or sheer foolishness, he denied the agreed reward. To cheat a mortal was one thing, to cheat a god was quite another. Apollo returned to his shrines, harbouring quiet resentment. Poseidon, however, was not a god of quiet moods. His anger was immediate, his vengeance swift. He sent a sea monster against Troy, a beast that rose from the waters to ravage the coast and threaten the city. Panic seized the Trojans. The walls, though mighty, could not protect them from a monster of the deep. Laomedon consulted oracles, as kings often did in desperate times, and was told that the only way to appease the god's wrath was to sacrifice his daughter Hesione. She was bound to the rocks by the shore, a victim meant to satisfy the hunger of the sea beast. It is here that myth, as so often, shifts from tragedy to heroism. For along came Heracles, passing through Troy on his labours. Seeing the girl bound to the rocks, he struck a bargain. If Laomedon would give him horses promised by Zeus, he would slay the monster. The king agreed, though one begins to suspect he was not very reliable with promises. Heracles fought the beast, killed it, and freed Hesione. But when Laomedon again refused to keep his word, Heracles returned later with an army, sacked Troy, and killed the king. Thus Poseidon's quarrel with Laomedon, begun over unpaid wages, set in motion events that would ripple down the centuries, laying the groundwork for the later Trojan War. What do we make of this story? On one level, it is simply another tale of divine anger and human folly. But on another, it reflects the Greek sense of justice. Promises mattered. To cheat the gods was to invite ruin. Laomedon's refusal to honour his bargain with Poseidon and Apollo brought not only a monster, but destruction upon his house. In Greek culture, where oaths were sacred and hospitality a duty, such betrayal was more than impolite. It was a violation of cosmic order. It is also telling that Poseidon is remembered here not only as a destroyer, but as a builder. The same god who could level walls with earthquakes also raised them with his strength. His power was double-edged. He could create magnificence, and he could sweep it away. In this he reflected the sea itself. The waters brought wealth, trade, and life to Greek shores, but they also destroyed, flooding fields and smashing ships. To honour Poseidon was to acknowledge both aspects, the giver and the taker, the builder and the breaker. Historically, the walls of Troy held enormous significance. Archaeological evidence suggests that the city did indeed have formidable defences, rebuilt several times across centuries. To the Greeks, these walls were legendary. To say that Apollo and Poseidon had built them was to explain their grandeur, to place them outside the reach of ordinary human effort. And when the walls eventually fell to the Greeks in the Trojan War, it was not just a military victory, but the shattering of something believed to be divine. There is also a quiet humour in imagining Poseidon, the tempestuous sea god, standing in the dust with a stonemason's hammer, muttering about mortar joints and wall height. The Greeks told these stories with a wink, aware of the incongruity. Their gods were mighty, yes, but they were also strangely human. They quarrelled, they laboured, they were cheated, and they sought revenge. In that humanity lay their appeal. Poseidon may have shaken the earth with his trident, but he also knew the sting of unpaid wages, a grievance any Mason might understand. The tale of Laomedon and the walls of Troy also foreshadows Poseidon's later role in the Trojan War itself. Though the great conflict came generations later, Poseidon never forgot the insult. When the Greeks attacked Troy, he lent his strength to the walls once more, but he also aided the Greeks when it suited him, punishing Trojans for their king's past arrogance. The gods, it seems, had long memories. A slight against Poseidon was not easily erased, even if decades had passed. And so, in this chapter of his story, Poseidon reveals himself not just as the roaring sea or the trembling earth, but as a figure tied to human justice, pride, and vengeance. He could raise walls, but he could also send monsters to tear them down. He could be labourer, avenger, and destroyer, all in one. For the Greeks, who built their own walls against enemies and watched earthquakes topple them without warning, this was a truth they knew all too well. The story also captures the way myth and history blur together. Troy was a real place, its ruins still visible in Anatolia. Its walls really did rise high, layer upon layer, rebuilt across ages. The Greeks, seeing them, explained their grandeur with myth. They imagined gods straining at stone, shaping blocks no mortal could lift. And when they told how those same walls fell, they saw in it not only a military tale, but a cosmic lesson. Nothing, however divine, stood forever against time, pride, and fate. Thus, Poseidon's role as wall builder becomes more than a curious aside. It is a reflection of his double nature, his closeness to human struggles, and his importance in the great story of Troy. He was not only the god who wrecked ships and shook mountains, but the god who shaped cities, punished oaths broken, and laid the foundations for wars to come. And so we leave him here, the great builder and breaker, a god who could raise stone higher than men and topple it faster than fire. The walls of Troy stood as a monument to his strength and as a warning of his wrath. For Poseidon was never a god to be ignored, never a power to be cheated. His trident could carve the earth, his monsters could rise from the sea, and his vengeance could echo across generations. Poseidon was not a distant god, content to sit in his coral palace beneath the waves, while mortals went about their lives. Like his brother Zeus, he interfered often in the affairs of men, sometimes to bless, sometimes to punish, and often to remind mortals that the gods were never far away. Among all the Olympians, Poseidon was perhaps the most unpredictable in his dealings with heroes. At times he acted as a father, a protector, even a patron. At other times he was merciless, sending storms, monsters, or endless obstacles against those who crossed him. His relationships with heroes, like the sea itself, could be generous one day and destructive the next. Perhaps the most famous of these encounters was with Odysseus, the wily king of Ithaca. Odysseus was clever, resourceful, and a favourite of Athena, which already placed him at odds with Poseidon, Athena's eternal rival. But it was a single rash act that turned Poseidon into his greatest enemy. On the long voyage home from Troy, Odysseus and his men landed on the island of the Cyclopes, and there they encountered Polyphemus, the one-eyed giant who happened to be Poseidon's son. Polyphemus captured them, intending to eat them one by one, not the most charming of hosts. Odysseus, with his trademark cunning, blinded the Cyclops with a sharpened stake and escaped with his men. It was a brilliant escape, but a foolish victory. As Odysseus sailed away, he revealed his name to Polyphemus, boasting of the trick. The wounded giant cried out to his father, Poseidon, begging for vengeance. And Poseidon listened. For the rest of his journey, Odysseus was hounded by storms, shipwrecks, and endless delays. What might have been a voyage of weeks turned into 10 long years. Poseidon barred his way at every turn, smashing his fleet, scattering his men, and leaving Odysseus to wander from island to island. The Odyssey, one of the greatest tales in Greek literature, is in many ways the story of Poseidon's wrath. While Athena guided Odysseus toward home, Poseidon set every obstacle he could in his path. The sea itself became the battlefield between them. Yet Poseidon was not always the enemy of heroes. In Theseus, the legendary king of Athens, he was remembered as a father. Some versions of the myth claim that Aegeus, king of Athens, was Theseus's mortal father. Others, however, say that Poseidon was his true sire. The sea god granted him strength and protection, marking him as a semi-divine hero. When Theseus journeyed to Crete to face the Minotaur, he was said to be watched over by Poseidon's power. In art and story, the connection between Theseus and Poseidon gave the Athenians both pride and legitimacy. Their greatest hero was linked by blood to the god of the sea. In a city defined by its rivalry with Poseidon, this was a curious but useful bond. It allowed Athenians to claim that even if their city had chosen Athena as patron, Poseidon had not abandoned them entirely. He had given them a hero. Poseidon's other children were not always so noble. From his many liaisons, both willing and not, came a host of beings, some heroic, some monstrous. The Cyclopes, like Polyphemus, were counted among his offspring. So too were giants and wild creatures of the sea. Triton, his son with Amphitrite, was more kindly remembered. A merman with the torso of a man and the tail of a fish who blew a conch shell to calm or stir the waters. But even Triton's powers carried menace. The conch could raise waves as easily as still them. Poseidon's family reflected his nature, half benefactor, half terror. His dealings with heroes often carried lessons. When he aided, it was to show that even the sea could be a source of life and support. When he punished, it was to remind mortals of the cost of arrogance. In Odysseus's case, the message was clear. Cleverness could win battles, but pride and boasting could bring ruin. For the Greeks, who prized cunning and wit, this was a sobering reminder that even intelligence had to be tempered with humility before the gods. The sea itself shaped these stories. Greek sailors knew what it was to be at the mercy of winds and waves. A sudden storm could smash a fleet, as Poseidon smashed Odysseus's ships. A calm sea could deliver them safely to harbour, as Poseidon might grant to his favourites. To attribute these changes to the moods of a god was not just poetic, but practical. It gave shape and meaning to forces otherwise beyond control. When a hero succeeded or failed, it was never simply chance. It was the will of Poseidon. We should also note the political uses of such myths. Cities and families often trace their lineage to gods to claim prestige. To call Theseus the son of Poseidon was to strengthen Athens' claim to greatness. To explain Odysseus's wanderings as the work of Poseidon was to make his story one of cosmic significance, not merely bad luck. The gods, in this sense, legitimized both heroism and suffering. They made human struggles part of a larger divine pattern. Poseidon's wrath was not reserved only for individuals. Entire peoples could feel his anger. In one myth, the people of Corinth neglected his worship, and he sent earthquakes to remind them of his power. In another, he competed with Hera for Argos, or with Apollo for Delphi, seeking to extend his influence. He did not accept boundaries easily, nor did he forgive insults lightly. For mortals, this made him both essential and dangerous. To neglect Poseidon was folly. To honour him was necessary, though never a guarantee of safety. His nature as both father and foe gave him a special place in the Greek imagination. Zeus was often distant, ruling with thunderbolts from on high. Hades remained below, silent and brooding, but Poseidon was near. His realm lapped at every shore, shook every city with tremors, and reminded mortals daily of his presence. He was a god who touched human life constantly, sometimes as protector, sometimes as punisher. And so, in the stories of heroes, we see Poseidon most clearly. He is the father who grants strength, the patron who legitimizes a hero's rule, the avenger who punishes arrogance, the destroyer who bars the way home. He is as changeable as the sea, generous, wrathful, patient, and sudden. In him, the Greeks recognized both the hope and the fear of their world. There is a kind of humour in how often Poseidon's grudges shaped epic tales. One boast from Odysseus, shouted across the waves, became the cause of 10 years' wandering. One unpaid debt from Laomedon brought a sea monster to Troy. The gods, it seems, had egos as fragile as mortals, and Poseidon's especially so. Yet the humour is tinged with truth. For just as a single careless word could offend a god, a single careless act could spell ruin at sea. The parallel was too perfect to ignore. Historically, these stories also remind us how much the Greeks depended on the sea. Their heroes were often seafarers, their wars fought with ships, their trade carried across waves. To make Poseidon central to their tales was to acknowledge that dependence. Even in myths of land-bound heroes like Theseus, the god of the sea appears, as though to insist that no story could escape his influence. And so, in this chapter, we see Poseidon not only as the god of oceans and earthquakes, but as the shaper of human destiny through his heroes. He was the unseen hand that guided or thwarted them, the father of some, the enemy of others, and the constant reminder that the sea was never to be taken lightly. For the Greeks, who built their lives on fragile boats and sailed across uncertain waters, this truth was as clear as the horizon itself. Poseidon's stories with heroes are not simple tales of victory or defeat. They are warnings and reflections, lessons carried in narrative form. They whisper of pride and punishment, of generosity and vengeance, of a God who gave and took with equal measure. To listen to them is to hear the sea itself. Calm one moment, raging the next, but always present, always alive, always waiting. When the Greeks spoke of Poseidon, they did not only think of the sea, they also thought of the earth itself trembling beneath their feet. His title, Enosishthon, the Earth Shaker, was one of his most ancient and most feared names. To live in Greece was to live with earthquakes. Temples collapsed, mountains split, and whole towns vanished under the weight of falling stone. For a people who built their lives among fault lines and shifting ground, it was only natural to believe that such power belonged to a god. And who better than Poseidon, already master of storms and restless seas, to carry the trident that struck the land itself? The connection may at first seem odd. Why would the sea god be linked with earthquakes? Yet in the Greek imagination, it made perfect sense. The same force that churned the waves could shake the land. The sea lay under and around everything, its hidden strength rising up without warning. Earthquakes were sudden, violent, and impossible to resist. Very much like the tempests Poseidon was known to hurl against sailors. He was, in short, the embodiment of natural disaster, whether on water or on land, stories of Poseidon's power as Earthshaker abound. In the Iliad, Homer describes how Poseidon struck the ground with his trident, and the earth shuddered. Mountains shook, rivers trembled, and even Hades himself feared that the world above might crack open and reveal his gloomy realm. That image, of God so powerful that even other gods quailed, captures something essential about Poseidon. He was not simply one ruler among many. He was a force that made the cosmos itself uneasy. There is a certain dark humour in this title as well. Imagine a Greek farmer carefully building his stone house or wall, only to see it crumble a year later in a quake. What better explanation than that Poseidon had decided to give the earth a bit of a shake? One can almost hear the farmer muttering that the god must have been in a foul mood again, and hoping that a quick sacrifice of a ram or bull might improve his temper. Religion, in this sense, was a way of coping. Earthquakes were terrifying, but if they were the will of a god, then perhaps they could be placated. Some myths made the connection explicit. Poseidon was said to have struck the ground with his trident to create springs or to open passages to the sea. At Delphi, before Apollo claimed the sanctuary, Poseidon was believed to have been its original god, ruling over an oracle where earthquakes were thought to reveal the will of the divine. At Troezen, a city in the Peloponnese, the people claimed that Poseidon split the rocks apart with his trident, forming sacred spaces. Everywhere one looked, cracks in the earth or sudden springs were linked to his power. Historically, the fear was well founded. Greece lies at the meeting point of tectonic plates, and earthquakes have shaped its history again and again. Archaeologists find layers of destruction in ancient cities, Mycenae, Tiryns, Knossos, where walls fell suddenly and rebuilding began almost immediately. To the ancients, these were not geological accidents. They were divine reminders. Poseidon, restless in his palace beneath the sea, had struck the ground in anger. And if he had done so once, he might do so again. The dual nature of Poseidon, sea and quake, made him doubly dangerous and doubly essential. Sailors feared his storms, but farmers feared his tremors. City leaders prayed to him not only before launching fleets, but also when they raised temples and walls. Sacrifices to Poseidon might come from those who never set foot on a ship, but who had felt the ground shift beneath them while they slept. He was, in this sense, a god who united land and sea, terror and necessity. There are tales too of Poseidon using earthquakes as weapons. During the Trojan War, when the gods chose sides, Poseidon struck the walls of Troy with his trident, shaking them to their foundations. In another story, he shattered a mountain to punish impious mortals. For him, the quake was not simply a natural occurrence, but an act of will, a sign that divine justice had fallen. Just as Zeus hurled thunderbolts, Poseidon sent earthquakes. One of the more striking connections is between Poseidon and horses. At first, this may seem unrelated to his role as earth shaker, but the Greeks imagined the rumbling of hooves across the earth as similar to the rumbling of tremors. Horses were powerful, dangerous, and hard to control, much like the sea and the ground beneath. To worship Poseidon Hippios, the tamer of horses, was to recognize the same unpredictable strength that shook cities and raised waves. Some scholars think that Poseidon may originally have been a horse god, only later gaining his identity as Lord of the Sea. If so, his connection to earthquakes may stretch even deeper into pre-Greek traditions, when thunder, hooves, and tremors were seen as one and the same. There is another layer here too. The Greeks were keenly aware of the fragility of their buildings. Unlike the great stone monuments of Egypt, Greece's temples and houses were often toppled and rebuilt. Earthquakes forced constant renewal. In that renewal, Poseidon was both feared and respected. He could destroy, but he also cleared the way for rebuilding. In some ways, he was a god of change, reminding mortals that nothing was fixed forever. His tremors forced new beginnings, however unwilling. One can imagine the role this played in their worldview. Just as Poseidon overthrew Laomedon's walls, just as he thwarted Odysseus at sea, so too could he topple the proudest human efforts in a single strike. To the Greeks, who saw cities rise and fall, leaders replaced, and fortunes reversed, the idea that even the earth could not be trusted was entirely believable. Poseidon embodied that uncertainty. He was the god of instability, the reminder that nothing solid was truly safe. And yet, he was still honoured, still prayed to. Bulls were drowned in his honour, horses sacrificed, and temples built on headlands where land met sea. In worshipping Poseidon as Earthshaker, the Greeks admitted their fear, but also sought to live with it. Better to have him as a god who might be placated than to live in a world of meaningless disaster. Better to tell stories of tridents striking the ground than to admit ignorance. There is something almost comforting in that. To imagine earthquakes as the footsteps of a god is to give them personality, reason, even a touch of predictability. Poseidon might be moody, but moods could be managed with offerings and prayers. It was not perfect protection, but it was something. And for a people who lived always under threat of tremors, that something mattered deeply. So, in Poseidon the Earthshaker, we see the Greek attempt to explain the inexplicable, to weave terror into myth, and to give the unstable ground beneath them a divine face. He was the god who shook their walls and their lives, but also the god they turned to for safety. He was the roar of hooves, the crash of waves, and the rumble of mountains all at once. And in his restlessness they saw the truth of their world, that life was fragile, that power was unstable, and that even the ground could betray them. And so Poseidon's story, in this form, becomes more than myth. It becomes a reflection of lived reality. He was not only the god of the sea, but the god of earthquakes, the Earthshaker, whose trident could split rock and bring cities low. To worship him was to acknowledge that the earth itself was never steady, and that only in reverence, perhaps mixed with a nervous smile, could mortals hope to endure his moods. The gods of Greece, as you may have noticed, were not shy about romance, though romance is perhaps too polite a word. They loved often, they loved widely, and they left behind children who ranged from noble heroes to monstrous terrors. Poseidon was no exception. Like the sea itself, his passions were restless, shifting, and unpredictable. Some of his loves brought order and splendour. Others birthed chaos and fear. In his lovers and offspring, we see Poseidon's nature in miniature, generous and fertile one moment, destructive and terrifying the next. Among all his consorts, Amphitrite stands foremost. She was one of the Nereids, the 50 sea nymph daughters of the old sea god Nereus. Amphitrite was graceful, dignified, and at first entirely uninterested in Poseidon's advances. When he sought her hand, she fled across the sea, hiding from his pursuit. It might have ended there, had Poseidon not sent a dolphin to find her. The gentle creature pleaded on his behalf, persuading Amphitrite to relent. She returned with the dolphin, and Poseidon made her his queen. For her loyalty, the dolphin was set among the stars as a constellation, Delphinus, still twinkling in the night sky. Thus Poseidon gained not only a wife, but a symbol of companionship and persuasion, and perhaps a reminder that sometimes charm works better than force, even for gods. Amphitrite bore him children, the most famous being Triton, often depicted as a merman with the torso of a man and the tail of a fish. Triton carried a conch shell with which he could calm or stir the sea. Sailors believed that when waves rose suddenly or fell still, it was Triton's horn sounding across the deep. In him we see Poseidon's dual nature passed on, a child who could bless sailors with calm but also terrify them with storms. But Poseidon's offspring were not all so benevolent. From his many affairs came beings of great power and often great menace. The Cyclops Polyphemus, encountered by Odysseus, was one of his sons. Huge, one-eyed and fond of eating sailors raw, Polyphemus embodied the terrifying, lawless side of the sea, the side that swallowed men without mercy. When Odysseus blinded him and boasted of his escape, it was Polyphemus's cry to his father that set Poseidon's long ruff in motion, cursing Odysseus's voyage. Other children of Poseidon included giants, such as Orion in some traditions, and beings linked to the untamed edges of the world. His lineage stretched across land and sea, filling the Greek imagination with creatures both wondrous and dreadful. Some were kings, founding dynasties that traced their bloodline back to him. Others were monsters, reminders that the sea did not only carry trade and fish, but also mysteries that could devour. The Greeks, in telling these tales, reflected their view of the sea itself. It was fertile, teeming with life, offering food and connection. But it was also full of dangers, storms, and creatures lurking in the deep. To say that Poseidon fathered both heroes and monsters was to admit that the sea could produce both blessing and terror. His family tree was less a lineage than a mirror of the ocean's moods. Among his more unusual children were the winged horse Pegasus and the giant Chrysaor, born from the blood of Medusa when Perseus cut off her head. How did Poseidon come into this? The myth tells us that he had once lain with Medusa in the temple of Athena, a violation that brought the goddess's wrath. When Perseus struck, Pegasus and Chrysaor sprang from her body, children of Poseidon, though born in violence and shadow. Pegasus would soar into the sky, a symbol of inspiration and poetry. Chrysaor, less famous, embodied strength. Here again we see Poseidon's paradox. From the same union came beauty and terror, flight and brute force. Poseidon's liaisons were not confined to sea nymphs. He sought lovers among mortals too, often with results that shaped dynasties. Many kings claimed descent from him, using his name to bolster their legitimacy. To say, "I am son of Poseidon," was to claim divine sanction, to suggest that one's rule had the strength of the sea behind it. In a culture where lineage meant power, such claims mattered. Poseidon became, in this way, a political tool as well as a god. His affairs provided not just stories, but excuses for rule. Yet his loves could also bring trouble. The tale of Caeneus is one such warning. Born as a woman named Canis, she was ravished by Poseidon. Afterward, he offered her a wish, perhaps out of guilt, perhaps as consolation. She asked to be transformed into a man, so that she might never be violated again. Poseidon granted it, and Caeneus became a mighty warrior, invulnerable to weapons. Yet in battle against the centaurs, he was overwhelmed, crushed beneath a pile of trees and earth. The story is tragic, complex, and revealing. Poseidon's power to grant wishes brought greatness, but it also carried hidden doom. Even his blessings were dangerous. Another of his mortal loves was Tyro, a Thessalian princess. With her, he fathered twin sons, Peleus and Neleus. Peleus would later seize the throne of Iolcus, sending Jason on his quest for the Golden Fleece. Neleus became king of Pylos, remembered in Homer's epics. Thus, through Tyro, Poseidon shaped the course of Greek myth and epic history. His children were not background figures. They became rulers, heroes, and in some cases the causes of wars. When we trace Poseidon's offspring, we find them everywhere in Greek story. They appear as kings on thrones, as monsters in caves, as companions of heroes, as obstacles to voyages. They embody the endless reach of the sea itself, touching every shore, every kingdom, every life. Some inspired awe, others fear, but all carried with them the stamp of the god of the sea. There is humour too in how the Greeks told these tales. A god as moody as Poseidon was bound to have a complicated household. One imagines Amphitrite's patience being tested by the constant arrival of new sons and daughters, some noble, some half-beast. Family gatherings in Poseidon's palace must have been lively affairs indeed. Triton with his conch, Polyphemus lumbering about with one eye, Pegasus pawing the floor impatiently, and perhaps a dolphin or two darting between them. The Greeks, who loved to tell stories of feasts and arguments, surely smiled at the thought of such a company under one roof. But beneath the humour lay serious meaning. Poseidon's loves and children explain the world. Why did storms rise suddenly? Because Triton blew his horn. Why did some families claim divine favour? Because Poseidon was their ancestor. Why did monsters lurk at the edge of the map? Because they were his offspring, reminders of the sea's mysteries. Myth was not idle invention. It was a way of mapping the human experience onto the natural world. Historically, the cult of Poseidon often included rituals that acknowledged his fertility and his dangerous passions. Horses were drowned in his honour, bulls sacrificed, and temples raised at the water's edge. In his dual nature as lover and destroyer, the Greeks saw the dual nature of life itself. Desire could create children, cities, dynasties, but it could also unleash chaos, violence, and ruin. Poseidon's myths embodied that truth with striking clarity. And so, in this chapter, we see Poseidon not only as Earthshaker or Lord of the Sea, but as a god whose loves and lineage spread across the Greek imagination. His children were heroes and kings, monsters and marvels. His passions created beauty and terror in equal measure. He was, in this sense, a god who gave the world its variety, its unpredictability, its richness and its danger. Like the sea, he could be gentle, carrying new life, or violent, birthing storms and monsters. To listen to these stories is to hear the sea itself whispering. Its waves bring dolphins and pearls, but also sharks and whirlpools. Its depths conceal treasures and terrors alike. Poseidon's lovers and offspring are the personification of that paradox. They remind us that the sea gives and takes, blesses and curses, loves and destroys. And in that restless tide, the Greeks found the image of a god who was as complex as the waters he ruled. For all his storms, quarrels, and grudges, Poseidon was not merely a figure of myth. He was a god worshipped across the Greek world, honoured with temples, sacrifices, and festivals. To the Greeks, his power was too immediate to ignore. The sea was always there, lapping at the shorelines of their scattered cities, and the trembling of the earth was never far away. To neglect Poseidon was unthinkable. To honour him was essential, even if his moods could never be fully trusted. His worship stretched from the islands of the Aegean to the great coastal sanctuaries of the mainland. Perhaps most famous was the temple at Cape Sunion, perched high on a headland above the sea. Even today, its white columns stand against the sky, a landmark for sailors approaching Athens. In antiquity, The sight of those columns at dawn must have been profoundly moving. After weeks or months at sea, to see the god's temple watching over the harbour was to feel both awe and relief. Sacrifices of bulls and rams were offered there. Prayers for safe passage whispered into the salt wind. The temple reminded all who saw it that the sea belonged to Poseidon, and that Athens, for all its devotion to Athena, never forgot him. Another major centre of worship was Isthmia, near Corinth. There, at the narrow isthmus that joined the Peloponnese to the rest of Greece, a great sanctuary of Poseidon stood. The location was perfect, a place where land and sea met, where travellers crossed from one side of the Greek world to another, and where fleets could gather. The Isthmian Games, second only to the Olympics in fame, were held there in his honour. Athletes competed in running, wrestling, and chariot races, while sacrifices and feasts accompanied the contests. The sea god, associated with both horses and waves, was a fitting patron for such events. Victors were crowned not with olive leaves as at Olympia, but with pine or celery, symbols tied to his cult. At Delphi, before Apollo claimed the oracle, Poseidon was said to have ruled there, his power connected to the trembling of the earth. Some traditions held that the first oracle at Delphi was his, a reminder that even prophecy was once linked to the sea and quake. Though Apollo later became the dominant deity of the sanctuary, offerings to Poseidon continued, acknowledging his ancient claim. His worship also stretched beyond Greece itself. In colonies from Sicily to Asia Minor, temples to Poseidon rose near harbours, reminding settlers that no matter how far they travelled, the sea god had followed them. Wherever Greek ships landed, they brought not only pottery and language, but also sacrifices to the god of the sea. The rituals of his cult were as varied as his nature. Bulls, powerful and unruly, were often drowned in the sea as offerings, their strength thought fitting for the god who ruled horses and waves. Horses themselves were also sacrificed, a practice both costly and symbolic, for horses were wealth. To offer one to Poseidon was no small gesture. Sailors poured libations of wine into the waves before a voyage, hoping to calm the waters. Fishermen cast the first catch back into the sea in his honour. To neglect such rituals was to risk angering the god, and few were reckless enough to take that chance. In some places, Poseidon was worshipped in more peaceful aspects. At Mantinea, in Arcadia, inland and far from the sea, he was honoured as Hippios, lord of horses, a reminder that his power stretched across land as well as water. Farmers prayed to him for fertile fields, seeing in his storms not only destruction, but also the rain that nourished crops. His cults reflected his duality, feared for his violence, respected for his generosity, and never entirely predictable. The Greeks often held festivals in his honour, marked by processions, races, and feasts. At Corinth, the Isthmian Games drew crowds from across the Greek world. At Sunion, festivals combined religious sacrifice with political display, as leaders showcased their fleets beneath the god's gaze. In smaller towns, fishermen might gather on beaches to pour wine into the waves, singing hymns to the Earthshaker before setting out. Worship of Poseidon was not confined to grand temples. It was woven into daily life, wherever the sea touched human lives. One of the most striking things about Poseidon's cult is how it balanced fear and gratitude. Worshippers did not approach him with the same affection they showed to gods like Dionysus or Aphrodite. Poseidon inspired awe, not intimacy. His festivals carried solemnity, his sacrifices a sense of urgency. To pray to Poseidon was to plead for mercy or to give thanks for survival. He was not a god of comfort, but of necessity. And yet, in that necessity lay devotion. Historically, this makes sense. The Greeks depended utterly on the sea. It brought trade, wealth, and connection, but it also destroyed ships, carried invaders, and swallowed men whole. Earthquakes toppled temples and houses, yet also reminded people that the earth was alive. Poseidon embodied both sides. His cults reflected the truth that survival in Greece required respecting the unpredictable. There is a quiet humour in some of the rituals too. Sailors, notoriously superstitious, would often refuse to set out if the omens from Poseidon's shrines were unfavourable. One imagines captains delaying voyages, muttering about sacrifices not yet made, while merchants grew impatient on the docks. Better to lose a day than a ship, they said, and Poseidon's cult gave them a reason, or perhaps an excuse. In that sense, religion and practicality went hand in hand. Poseidon was also remembered in art. Pottery painted with ships often included dolphins or tridents, silent nods to his power. Sculptures showed him as a bearded figure, muscular, with flowing hair and the inevitable trident. On coins, his image was struck beside symbols of cities dependent on the sea. To carry a coin with Poseidon's likeness was to acknowledge his reach in daily life. He was not only a figure of myth, but a presence in commerce, politics, and identity. Even Rome, when it adopted Greek gods under new names, could not ignore him. They called him Neptune, and though the name changed, the essence remained. The sea still belonged to him, as did earthquakes and horses. Roman sailors, like Greek ones, poured wine into the waters before they set out. Roman poets still spoke of him raising storms against heroes. The legacy of his worship carried forward long after Greek city-states themselves had fallen. What strikes us most in these cults is the sense of balance. Poseidon was not adored in the way some gods were adored. He was not a gentle patron of hearth and home. He was a power to be reckoned with, a force to be honoured. His temples stood not in fertile valleys, but on headlands facing the sea, as if to meet his gaze directly. His festivals were less about joy than about respect, less about celebration than about survival. And yet, through that respect, the Greeks wove him into their identity. They knew that to live in their land was to live with the sea and with earthquakes. They made peace with that knowledge through worship. Poseidon's cult was their way of saying, "We see you, we fear you, and we honour you. Please, in return, spare us." It was a relationship of negotiation, uneasy but enduring. So when we think of Poseidon, we must think not only of the myths, but of the offerings left on beaches, the bulls drowned in the surf, the temples gleaming on cliffs. His presence was carved into stone, stamped onto coins, and whispered into the waves. He was more than story. He was daily reality, shaping how people sailed, built, and prayed. And perhaps that is why his worship has left such enduring traces. To walk the ruins of his temples today, with the sea stretching before you, is to feel something of the awe the Greeks felt. The waves still crash, the earth still trembles, and Poseidon, though silent now, still seems present. His cult was never about comfort. It was about truth. The truth that nature is vast, that we are small, and that respect is the only answer to forces beyond our control. By the end of our journey through Poseidon's story, we begin to see how much more he was than simply a character in old tales. Poseidon was not just the god of waves and tempests. He was the embodiment of forces that shaped the very existence of the Greeks. The unpredictable sea, the trembling of the earth, the sudden crash of hooves, the thunder of storms. To speak of Poseidon was to speak of power itself, power that gave life and power that took it away. His legacy is not confined to myth. It lingers in the ways Greeks lived, the ways they prayed, the ways they explained the world around them. From the earliest poetry, he is present. In Homer's Iliad, Poseidon rises from the sea to stride across the battlefield, lending strength to the Greeks against the Trojans. In the Odyssey, he is the great obstacle, punishing Odysseus with endless wanderings for daring to harm his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. In Hesiod's Theogony, he is one of the three great brothers, carving the cosmos into sky, sea, and underworld. In tragedy and comedy alike, his name is invoked as the shaper of storms, the breaker of walls, the restless god never quite at peace. No other god, save Zeus, appears in quite so many roles across the literature of Greece. But it was not only in stories that his presence was felt. The Greeks built his sanctuaries where land and sea met, as if to stand directly in his gaze. The temple at Cape Sunion, its columns still gleaming today, was a beacon for sailors. Imagine the relief of a crew, weeks at sea, seeing the white marble rising above the cliffs, a sign that they were home, that Poseidon had granted them passage. There, bulls were sacrificed, wine poured, prayers whispered into the wind. His worship was as practical as it was reverent. Give to the god, and perhaps he will spare you. At Isthmia, near Corinth, the Greeks held the Isthmian Games in his honour. Athletes ran, wrestled, and raced chariots, while musicians and poets competed as well. Victors were crowned not with olives, as at Olympia, but with pine wreaths or even wild celery. The symbolism was odd to us, but to the Greeks it mattered. Each plant had its sacred ties, each festival its own ritual meaning. For Poseidon, pine and celery were fitting, hardy, growing close to the sea, tied to endurance. The games reminded all present that he was more than storms. He was strength, power, and competition itself. Even inland, far from the sea, Poseidon was remembered. In Arcadia, he was worshipped as Poseidon Hippios, lord of horses. Farmers prayed to him for fertility of their herds. Warriors asked his blessing before riding into battle. The horse, after all, was wealth. To honour Poseidon in this form was to admit his rule stretched even to the heart of the land. He was not confined to salt water. His reach galloped across the fields as surely as it surged across the waves. There is a curious humanity in this. The Greeks feared him, but they also sought to domesticate him, to turn the wild god of earthquakes and storms into a patron of agriculture and sport. Yet he always resisted complete taming. His myths remind us that he was moody, proud, and vengeful. One missed offering, one broken promise, could bring disaster. Cities knew better than to forget him, even if they gave their first devotion to Athena or Apollo. He was the god whose temper had to be managed. His legacy also shaped politics. Many royal families traced their lineage back to him. Kings of Pylos, Corinth, and Atlantis, yes, even Plato's fictional Atlantis, claimed descent from the sea god. To say one's ancestor was Poseidon was to claim divine legitimacy, to place one's throne on foundations as vast as the ocean. Such claims were not idle boasts. They carried weight in a culture where ancestry was power. Poseidon's name gave strength to dynasties, just as his storms gave strength to fleets. Even his myths of grudges carried lessons. The story of Odysseus warned Greeks of the dangers of arrogance. Boast too loudly, and the sea itself will turn against you. The story of Laomedon warned against breaking promises. Cheat the gods, and they will remember, even across generations. The contest with Athena taught that wisdom and foresight outlast spectacle and force. Though Poseidon's salt spring continued to bubble on the Acropolis, a reminder that he had left his mark even in defeat. These were not simply tales for amusement. They were frameworks of morality, teaching that pride, deceit, and disrespect had consequences. And still, despite his anger, Poseidon was necessary. Sailors poured wine into the sea before they set out. Fishermen cast their first catch back into the waves as an offering. Entire bulls were driven into the surf and drowned, their strength thought a fitting sacrifice for the god who ruled horses and tides alike. These rituals were not done lightly. They were desperate negotiations with a god who might decide, on a whim, to smash a fleet or bless a harvest. Religion, in his case, was less about love than survival. When Rome absorbed the Greek gods, Poseidon became Neptune. His temples rose across Italy, his festivals woven into the Roman calendar. Roman poets praised him in epics, just as Greek poets had done. The trident remained his symbol, the dolphins and horses his companions. Neptune carried on Poseidon's essence, though with a Latin name. The empire that ruled the Mediterranean seas could hardly ignore the god who had symbolized them for centuries. Art kept his image alive long after his temples crumbled. In Renaissance paintings, Poseidon appears as a grand, bearded figure, commanding the sea with regal authority. In sculpture, he is carved striding forward, trident in hand, waves swirling at his feet. In literature, he is invoked whenever the sea must be personified. Even in modern stories, novels, films, and popular culture, Poseidon's trident flashes again, a symbol instantly recognized. His legacy has leapt across millennia, as restless as the waves themselves. There is a subtle humour in this endurance. The god who was never chosen as patron of Athens, who lost contests, who quarrelled endlessly, who sulked when insulted. This same god remains etched into human memory more deeply than many who are more loved. Perhaps because we cannot ignore what he represents. Zeus may thunder in the sky, Athena may whisper wisdom, but the sea is always with us. Ships still sail, storms still rise, earthquakes still shudder. Poseidon is still there, though we no longer pour wine into the surf. His legacy, too, is in the reminder of humility. The Greeks lived close to nature's edge, their cities vulnerable to flood, quake, and storm. By making Poseidon a god, they acknowledged their vulnerability. They admitted they were not in control. We, centuries later, with our machines and forecasts, still feel the same when disasters strike. The ground trembles, the sea surges, and suddenly our confidence falters. We may not call it Poseidon anymore, but the feeling is the same. And so, in the end, Poseidon's story becomes more than myth. It becomes a mirror. He is the storm that terrifies and the calm that saves. He is the father of heroes and the sire of monsters. He is the trident that splits the earth and the dolphin that leaps joyfully beside a ship. He is both blessing and curse, creation and destruction. The Greeks saw in him the paradox of existence itself, that life is fragile, that power is unstable, that awe is necessary. Imagine then, standing on a Greek shore 2,500 years ago. The sun is setting, the sea turning gold. Fishermen pull their boats onto the sand, murmuring prayers. From the headland, a temple gleams in the fading light. A bull, offered to Poseidon, is led to the surf. The waves hiss against the rocks, the earth beneath your feet still bearing scars of quakes. In that moment, you understand why Poseidon mattered. He was not only a god, he was life itself, uncertain, dangerous, and magnificent. And as we drift now to the close of his story, we hear what the Greeks heard. The endless wash of waves upon the shore, the low rumble of the ground beneath, the whisper of the sea god's voice. Poseidon, Earthshaker, Lord of the Deep, still speaks across time. His trident gleams in imagination. His palace shimmers beneath the waters. His presence lingers in every storm. He is restless, eternal, and unavoidable. He is the sea,